Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Westeros. We are all in luck. It is a Sea of Spears Sunday, and we are
Yay!
coming at you with our first episode of 2022. I hope your 22 has been nicer to you than it has been to several other lots at most of us. But yeah, let's try to start the year off right. Um, so I hope everyone's holiday season wrapped up well and all that good stuff. And I hope you have had a good January so far. We uh, we are back. Last episode was a kind of stand-in, not quite Sea of Spears episode where we were just hanging out, playing some stuff on Jackbox, and just kind of keeping it light for the holidays. That video is still up in our Sea of Spears playlist. It's just not taking up an episode number or anything, but if people wanted to see us hanging out, you can do that. But we are back to the Song of Ice and Fire RPG this week. We are picking up post the wedding of Rhaena, heir to House
Oh,
Nymaryen. You guys might remember it was a small, intimate affair in Highgarden. Just a few people showed up. It wasn't a big deal. It was all really super casual, basically one of those Vegas drive-throughs. Um, so no, nothing major.
They got married
Uh,
by Spock.
yeah, you could do that.
okay.
So
It was a
after all
wacky
that,
crossover.
yeah, but whatever happens. Um, so after all that, as is often the case, after a tourney or a wedding tourney, like they often go together, the the leaving is kind of anticlimactic. Because it's just kind of like everybody, you guys at least certainly took a few days after the ceremony and just stayed in Highgarden a little more casually than the strictly regimented casual that you had the week going into it, right? Uh, but it's just like, oh, I woke up today and there's a few less people to hang out with, right? Because those people went home, and the next day there's even less people to hang out with, and but eventually, everyone's rested up enough. Grandfather Makar is feeling up to the road. Everybody's stuff is packed up, including that of Willis, who is going to be traveling with you lot back to Wyvern's Rest, um, and including a couple new, I don't want to say family members quite, but Sir Damon Sand, who is now your sworn sword. You guys did not travel there with him, but you're traveling home with him. You're like, hey, look what we found. And you guys are bringing home a couple of Lannisters that you picked up on the streets of Lannisport. A couple strays that followed you to Highgarden that weren't part of Grandfather's kind of procession west across Dorne. So the trip back east to Wyvern's Rest is pretty slow going, and it feels even slower to you guys because you've gotten pretty used to traveling in a comparatively small group. Um, and this is not that. This is traveling at carriage speed. Um, but on the upside, that almost feels like an extension of a vacation, right? Because it feels kind of leisurely to you guys. You're like, it just takes longer for all of these wagons and horses and teamsters and carriages to start moving. So, like, I feel like I get to sleep in, right? And that sort of thing. So, it's an almost leisurely trip back, um, except for some concern for grandfather. But he's just riding a carriage, so it's not too bad. But still, um, you can tell that it's hard on him being away from Wyvern's Rest. And the return home feels good to him, even if the road is kind of hard. So yeah, it's not an unpleasant journey for the most part. Um, Anybody got any highlights of this travel montage that people want to mention as like a short snippet of montage as the caravan is crawling eastward back to Wyvern's Rest, Peter Jackson style. And we've got like the long distance drone shots and stuff. Any like memorable moments of this?
I do just want to mention Valena and Luke were invited to take a sea journey back to Ghost Hill.
Yeah, we're gonna get to yours
Oh,
shortly.
I just want to make sure that wasn't forgotten.
Yep.
It had left my mind for a moment.
Yep. We were gonna get to the naval voyage.
Yep, that's fine. Yep. I just want people to be like waiting for me to respond. I'm like, I'm not there.
Yeah.
Shoot, I imagine at some point along the way we spot some sort of wild game that ventured a little too close, and Balin and I give each other a look, and then it's off to the races to who can just track it down first.
Taking off, yeah. and you guys actually have some time to do that, because again the main body is functionally like a caravan, right? So yeah, you guys are all kind of able to function as outriders, which just give you a little bit of latitude. So yeah, you're able to rush off. I'm also imagining a good bit of sparring, several of the mornings, especially because Balin is practicing with a sword. He is renowned for his skill with a lance, and he is better with a morning star, and he is remarkable with a bow. Is generally his repute.
But
in
now
the
he's got to
Seven
learn how to do the
Kingdoms.
sword.
Yeah, and it's not like he doesn't know how to use a sword. It's just that he's like, look, this is turned into my signature weapon, like, and I need to do it justice. And I'm not going to have this Dornish longsword on my hip and then still wade into a fight with a morning star and just like spit in their face. Like no, I use that to open my letters. Yeah, right. Like, so he's trying to do it right,
Raina has some expertise, literally, with the long blades, so
So
I was
she's
able to spar with him, and
she has surprised more than one person with her skill, specifically with those weapons. So yeah, and you guys also have the Strongboar and Damon Sand and Oris. So there's plenty of sparring partners of various body types to go around, and you're kind of always up for a fight, like, like in a lot of ways. So and Alice and Mormont, even if you're like, I want to practice against axes, like, so yeah, it's not a bad trip. Raina, any particular moments that you could share with the crowd, like not just you and your hubby rooming together on the road, and every night, this is the farthest east I've ever fucked you, normal romantic stuff like that. Just
yeah,
like
that sounds super romantic.
like couples do.
Y'all need the 7. That's what you need.
Oh.
8 minutes. 8 minutes.
On a good day.
I meant how long it took for it to get to money.
Right, but also I thought, okay, that's what made it funny. Is it worked on like several levels. What's the matter, Felicia? Why can't you think straight?
You've derailed me.
Right? Right?
This is her whole life, you guys.
This is my whole life. I actually I can't think of what else we might have done. We're on the road. It's kind of interesting to me that we have all these people traveling together. It's always slow once you get over a certain number, and then you add Grandpa to the mix, and it gets even slower. But,
yeah.
But that's fine. That's fine. We're not racing. We're enjoying ourselves. She's thinking of it as a pleasurable journey.
Yeah.
There's enough people around that are armed and armored, so she doesn't have to be armored all the time.
Yeah, that is definitely covered. Willis, for his part, is nerding out a bit on the trip. he hasn't really gotten to travel in Dorne before because he's a Tyrell and all. Uh, so he actually, a lot of his knowledge of Dornish sandsteeds is, I don't want to say theoretical, because he's seen Dornish sandsteeds. He knows they're real. He has bred them, whatever.
Yeah,
But
he doesn't buy it.
yeah, but actually
Not
seeing,
convinced.
yeah, but actually seeing them moving through Dorne and past some mountains and
In
stuff
a
like that, it's a
natural
little
environment.
different. Yeah. So he's enjoying that, and you guys are able to go hawking a few times. In the afternoons, you just kind of ride ahead of the caravan a bit, and then do some light hawking until the caravan catches up. And
Yeah.
so it's he's having a good time, and he stays dashing and charming. Like he, for the record, doesn't like turn evil as soon as you guys are married, and take off the mask or whatever. Like everything's cool. Um, it's yeah.
Frozen.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I reckon that given that there's a lot of overlap between Willis's interests and Adam's interests, he'll, like, if allowed, join in with things like the hawking and generally talking about nerd shit.
yeah. At one point during your journey, you are rejoined at one of the noble houses that you're kind of you're often staying with other nobles along the way, because it's not like nobles go camping. Like that's not it's not what they're for. Um, but you are rejoined by Beric Dondarrion and Edric Dane, um, because they are, after all, heading in the same general direction as you lot. So they just kind of slow down a little, and ride with you guys for part of the trip. They and their entourage join yours, and yeah, it's a nice trip. Uh, on the sea, meanwhile, Uncle Orain Waters, the bastard of Driftmark, uh, had offered to Luke, um, as kind of his gift, um, to insist, as it were, that he would ride back with Uncle Orain on his new Bollinger, a new little boat that he got, the Arbor Silver, that he won in some dice from a red wine. The red wines of the Arbor are, of course, your good-natured rivals in the winery business, um, but they also are sailors of some repute, particularly in the Reach, because the Arbor is an island, and they kind of have to be. So he's got this new boat, and you guys are able to take it, and you go south and down and stop at the Arbor for about 3 days, instead of one. Instead of stopping overnight like most people would, they're just like, hey, it's just the after party, basically. So, so
We'll
you
stop.
guys, yeah, so you guys are able to hang out and stock up. And House Red Wine is glad to have you lot. They're very apologetic about not being able to make it to your wedding, which gets you a few extra casks of wine, as Lord Paxter claps you on the back and calls you nephew, and insists you take a few extra, and that sort of thing. And everybody's pleasant. It kind of is an after party of Raina's wedding that Raina is not at. Just the cool kids off on their island getting drunk. So that slows you down for a little bit, but then you are able to make really pretty good time, cruising along the southern edge of Dorne, and then up and around the Broken Arm, which is where Dorne turns into the Stepstone Islands. Um, and then you see Ghost Hill, which you've never seen like from ocean before, or at least certainly never noticed it. Like you might have seen it if you were sailing from Sunspear to King's Landing. You're like, hey, it's Ghost Hill, whatever, I don't care. But this is Luke's first time seeing it from a sailing vessel, with his betrothed at his side, knowing that he's looking at his future home. And it's pretty fucking dope looking. It is, as you might guess, on top of a hill, and part of the hill has been eroded by a mixture of quarrying and erosion to expose these chalk white cliff faces that aren't the norm, like all along this area of coast, right? So it's sharper cliffs heading up to that hillside, but it's kind of just around Ghost Hill that things are that chalky white, and that's how it got its name. But the look from here on the ocean is definitely imposing and impressive, and you are left with the feeling that Uncle Orange's talk of lame winds and oh unlucky, oh that rigging, we're just making such awful time today, was all specifically for this moment of getting you there close to sundown, so that you're seeing all of it backlit by the sun, and
Yeah.
the whole day he was doing his foppish uncle routine of, oh oops, right, and like, oh we're just barely gonna make it today, but you're like, all right, that was fucking perfect, like he heckin' bamboozled, um
I'll have to
and
give him a tip.
yeah, and
I'm picturing the White Cliffs at Dover. Is that kind of the idea?
sort of, but like only on the hill.
Okay.
So it's not all exposed down below. There's like ribbons of white visible down below, like a Rocky Road ice cream. Oh, picturesque,
Mm,
right? But there's like ribbons of it that are exposed down lower, but up on Ghost Hill itself, it is like all chalky white, if that makes sense. So it's picturesque.
I'm going
And
to, as I watch it, I'll take Evaleda's hand and just give it a little squeeze as we are home.
um, and yeah, so it's very nice. And the trip itself was also productive. You can tell when Uncle Orain drops the foppish bit. There was one brief squall that you lot had to deal with, and he was immediately sober and dropping his Crownlands drawl, and right, like when he needs to be, he is absolutely
No, there's his
able
secret. He wasn't
captain.
that drunk
Yeah.
all the time.
So yeah,
all the time.
but you know,
I'm just
he
going to
also
soak in as much as I can. I'm
yeah.
Luke's in pretty good physical shape, but he doesn't have a lot of experience on boats, so he's going to learn everything he can. He'll do the shitty jobs if needed, pull on ropes and whatever.
And he absolutely is teaching you on this trip, and yeah, it's kind of where you got that bonus die that I gave away at the end of last episode, but it's, you know, from this trip. So on your sailing related tests, you've now got that bonus die from practice, from learning with your uncle, from seeing a ship captain be a ship captain. Like, it's not just a matter of learning the sailing, but also just differences in how you treat the men on a ship versus enlisted men, for lack of a better term, at war, other places. You know, there's just differences of tone and inflection and orders and different responsibilities, and you know, stuff like that. So yeah, it's an informative affair, and you guys are able to again kind of travel slowly. Um, so there were a few times that he would, you know, you guys would barely make progress in a day because he'd be having you just practice, you know, cut the rigging and sail against the wind. And here's how you do that, knifing north and south and north and south, and like you barely get anywhere, but it's fine because you know that the caravan is moving slowly, and you know. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Uh, and then you are deposited at Ghost Hill, and are immediately uh, fallen under the sway of the Lady Nymella Toland, who is, you may recall, kind of your betrothed plus 20 years. Like, she is still tall and strong. Her hair is fading to gold a bit. It's not quite the same fiery red. Um, but yeah, like, there is no doubt that they are related, and you know absolutely what your wife is going to look like in like 20 years, right? Like, there's absolutely no veering from this path that she is
I will greet her. She was very kind to me last time we spoke, so I will greet her friendly, and I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, and she does that cunning trick that a lot of noble lords have, where she immediately goes from, the crow's eyes, or the crow's feet around her eyes are from glaring out over the water and pointing and giving orders and telling people where to unload. And she's got like frown lines, just the slightest of creases. And like that just vanishes as she immediately goes from like stern and yelling to like warm and hugging you and her daughter, and then immediately stiff arms you away and goes back to stern, and just that command trick of turning it on, turning it off. This is a lady that has been the lord of her house for a long time, and that was raised to be the lord of her house. And yeah, she's just got that knack. um, so yeah, you are hosted at Ghost Hill for the duration of the rest of this travel montage type of thing. You are put to work assisting with decorations, which could be overseeing the people of Ghost Hill, and could be doing something your own self, depending on the orders and stuff. We're going to go over the decorations and the look of Ghost Hill itself once everybody's there. But yeah, it is again not an unpleasant transition. Like you're going from, it's basically just been like Clegane. Like that's really been, Sandor Clegane or Gregor Clegane has really been kind of the low point from the last several weeks. Like going back a couple of months, it's all been pretty chill. But yeah, like it was, a nice time hanging out at High Garden, nice time hanging out on the Arbor, a nice sailing trip, and now it's a nice time in Ghost Hill, which is far less regimented than the Queen of Thorns was. And it's good to be back in Dorne. Like just things are a little bit more relaxed. The work is still getting done. It's just in a little different style and at a little different pace.
Between things, and of course, getting to know Mymela and the little sister, Tiora.
Tiora. Um, Tiora uh, is short and a little bit still like plump and round in the face, that makes her look younger than she is. She absolutely has the same red hair though. Like again, there's no questioning her heritage or whatever. Um, she's actually a little off as you guys are hanging out, and it's not like to you. It's not being unpleasant to you or standoffish or whatever. It's just she's sometimes staying in her rooms and resting a lot. And it is explained or perhaps reminded to you, because I'm not sure if it's come up before. She sometimes has bad dreams. She does not like that their maester, uh, the maester they used to have, write off those dreams as being from eating too many sweets and stuff like that. She's like, listen, I know when I've got a stomach ache versus when I've got some heavy dreams. And
Well,
she,
I might talk to her about those later, but for now, I'm going to let her give her space. She's a strange guy shoving himself into her room or anything.
just
Tell me your shit.
tell me your dreams, little girl.
Well, what's going on?
I'm just gonna look at it and be like, yes, the burden of prophecy.
And she does,
But the other part of that sentence was I also wanted to just kind of flavor my time. I also kind of want to get to know the Castellan, the Men at Arms, that kind of thing.
yeah. And they, a lot of the soldiers had already at least seen you, if not, individually met you, because they're just soldiers, but yeah, they were at the fall of House Ironwood with you lot. They weren't there for the entire Vulture King expedition, but a fair number of them were there for the siege and stuff. So you're not uh, an unwelcome stranger in their home. Like they're like, oh, like this guy's a knight. He's legit. We know that he was knighted by Sir Aaron Santagar, who's pretty legit. And their holdings, of course, aren't terribly far from here either. So they're like, okay, like, hey, we know, we don't mind him. He went on campaign and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty easy to kind of fall in
Cool.
and be pretty accepted by those guys. So that montage continues as the rest of you hit the Stoneway, and you enter up north, and stop at Will first. So Sir Balin Swan and the new Knight of Will, the Lady Bela, will be taking a brief leave, right? As you guys just kind of swap out one set of vacation stuff for another. You're all going to kind of catch up to each other on the way down
I just
to
want
Ghost
to.
Hill.
I tried
yeah.
to prepare Willis for Will.
His name is Will. You think he'd be fine?
Yeah, they like him just
Yeah.
fine.
Will,
It's a
Will.
special place, and it's a
Um,
little off-putting sometimes.
so you lot might remember when you first visited Will on your return from King's Landing, and you were returning the bones of your cousin and the Valyrian Steel Blade, and they were pretty standoffish and insular would be a good word.
But
They're
they were friendly enough. They tolerated
it's
us
just
okay.
that they're
They're gonna kill us in our sleep.
Yeah.
where I'm thinking for the people of Will is very similar to how you see like the Afghani people that live in the mountains in a lot of movies and stuff, where they're just weathered and
So
they live.
is
a
his
little
Will filled with a
differently.
sepia filter?
It's probably
Yeah.
like just there.
Okay.
But yeah, so but this time they're actually not. As you guys arrive with Bela and Balin, you actually see that there's a small feast prepared. They are not going to presume to insist you stay the night, because they will not order Lord Makar to do anything. Like the hospitality stuff is off here. There's no politely insisting when that's fucking Lord Makar, guys, right?
All right.
But yeah, there's a feast prepared.
Oh wait, are the weird Willians afraid?
No.
They're actually afraid. This is what's happening. This is amazing.
He is their lord, So they have actually you'll notice they've actually moved you and Balin's things out of your chambers.
What?
Lord Makar wants to stay the night because he outright
Yeah.
they are sworn to you, but you are sworn to him. So they're just like, look, we moved your shit into the guest quarters. There's room for Lord Makar. Lord Makar does stay the night. He will not refuse them their hospitality. And even though it's still pretty early in the day when you arrive, and he seems perfectly comfortable here. And the people still aren't like warm and laughing and smiling and stuff. But their faces just seem a lot more open. And they're not as guarded as you have seen them before. And this is with you guys still traveling. Like, you've got a Tyrell with you, right? You've got, Beric Dondarrion, the Lord of Blackhaven, who the people of Will have gone to war with before. Like, Blackhaven and Will have clashed for generations, but that shit doesn't matter, because you've got the Bearer of Scorpion, the Knight of Will, and the Lord of the Stoneway here. So they're, friendly and hospitable and all that stuff. So, and there are a few more torches lit than you've seen in the past, and right, like it's small changes, but it's
I imagine
a
there's
whole
also
different
probably like
vibe.
a small ceremony where this is the first day and night that we're here, and as officially recognized by
No.
the king as the Knight of Will
Well,
for Bela, and
the Prince of Dorne, even more
Oh.
importantly. But
yeah,
yes,
yeah, so-
absolutely. Like it's no longer you, house sitting. Not that,
mhm.
it was more than that. But yeah, like no, like this is yours now. You rented, now you own, right?
Mhm.
And so yeah, there's, the feast isn't just for Lord Makar, right? Like he's at the high table because he is still the Lord, but yeah, it's absolutely a kind of formal welcoming feast to you and Balin. Um, and yeah, so it's a surprisingly pleasant night, and Willis uh, kind of gently and teasingly like poo-poos you later, like these people are fine. What was all that
Yeah.
concern about? I should have turned Dorne years ago, and right, like, and like not, he's teasing about it, like he
Right.
understands that this is not the reception he would have received if like he and Garland had run away from home as boys, right? And like, but
What's
yeah,
this place? It looks friendly. It has your
Yeah.
name, Will.
yeah, like you used to run it. Like, lol, tell them it's yours now. Like,
And no one ever knew what
yeah,
became of them.
no one saw them again. Um,
Their
so
bones would be strewn in the catacombs.
Yeah.
There would be
They
a lot
are
of
Westeros'
their
greatest
dead.
mysteries.
just one more skull in that wall skull.
Hmm.
I was just like, this would be a nice addition to the ossuary.
A couple more teeth in the stew.
If any place in Westeros has any metal music, though, it's going to be here.
Yeah, no, it's for luck. Like the baby in a cake at.
Okay, I was gonna say because like the teeth are not a good kind
Yeah.
of crunchy.
Like whoever finds the tooth wins.
Yeah,
Get the,
yeah.
That's I can think
The
of
baby in the
nothing
king
more.
cake. Yeah.
right? Like no, this is the worst. This
There's
is
one
the
thing I know
absolute-
my teeth cannot chew properly. That is other
Terrible
teeth.
win.
God, that would just be the worst because it's so small that in like most soups and stews you wouldn't even notice
like,
it.
accidentally swallowed it and then like.
Right? Yeah, this took a turn.
Like, in my lifetime, I have swallowed 2 of my own teeth by accident. You can just.
Oh, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to keep them in the
Yeah, it's not where they go.
face.
Yeah, no, it's.
There you go.
Way up
Like I
here.
said, I didn't do it on purpose.
Although, think about it this way: some teeth down below, in case you didn't chew that good, you get a second pass.
Oh.
This is actually why some animals swallow rocks. Is exactly for that reason.
Yeah, like cows swallow rocks for digestion and stuff as well.
Ah,
Not a crop.
Yeah. Anyways, sorry. Why am I
So-
apologizing? I didn't.
This is all your fault. Do not
Yeah,
have
I
to
am.
deal with it.
so yeah, it is a surprisingly pleasant visit at Will. It's not like a full 180 for those of you that haven't been there. Like Reyna and Adam. Like it's less of a surprise to Bela because the people did warm up some. But yeah, it's not like a complete reversal, but it's still a pleasant surprise, right?
How are they still very guarded about their crypts and stuff?
Whoa, how could
With
you even bring that up?
Yeah.
Look,
Well, I
there's
mean, like Adam's always wanted a nosy.
I
Like,
was
hey there,
thinking-
demon, it's me, your boy.
there's just some things aren't talked about. Is all.
That's
Uh,
all.
yeah,
That's
so,
That's why if it's not allowed, it's okay.
yeah.
They had to tell the Squishers not this weekend. We got a new guest coming over.
And then, though, you are, of course, in the last leg of your journey, and you make it to Wyvern's Rest. Your new Lord Garrus, of course, continues on his way. He spends the night at Wyvern's Rest, but then continues to his new keep that he will is overseeing for the Ever. So he makes his way to the newly christened Castle Stonewell the next day. And
Formerly Ironwoods, is that right?
yes. So he heads off, and then after everybody, again, everybody like spends the night at Wyvern's Rest, but then the next day they branch out, and Aunt Elia makes her way back home to her lands, And Sir Adam Bridington heads the other way to his lands, etc., etc. Um, and Roland Storm seems eager to go to Bitter Grove, but
Okay.
isn't sure who to ask about it. Like, you could tell his stuff is packed the next morning, like he's ready if somebody says, let's go to Bitter Grove, right? But he also just seems to go like, I'm in Dorne. I'm not sure who to ask about Bitter Grove. I'm just
Well,
gonna wait, so
well,
um,
he doesn't need to wait long because Adam already was planning on sort of taking charge in that regard. Like, I did have one thing to do before we left Wyvern's Rest. Like,
okay.
I mean, it's fairly minor,
Okay.
but like, Adam promised Maester Ferris like a copy of any book from his library. His library lives in his solar, so he's just gonna be like, here you pick the thing, you can have it. Well, have it. I say have it. Like, it has to go to us. Like, probably some.
Go get it copied or copy it
Probably Old Town. Actually, it probably has to go to like a maester in training, who will meticulously copy the entire thing by hand, because that's how you copy books.
Maester Ferris.
Maester Xerox is his name.
Yes.
Like the printing
There has to be a better way.
People just have to handwrite everything. So, but like,
Yep.
yeah. But Adam was like, if there's any of these that you want, like, I'll have a copy made for you.
Yeah. Two quick things. One, I got to break the game for just a second. My Novus Artificer made a quill that can cast the amanuensis cantrip at will. So for like 20 minutes at a time, it copies things for you. And like that was the first little gift that she gave to Felicia's wizard. And it was like, oh my god, why don't people make more of these? Because it just so revolutionizes a setting like that. They're like, yeah, magic is nice sometimes, and not just for killing.
Magic.
Unfortunately, we do not have that technology.
Yep, like unfortunately, none of that in Westeros.
Well, that just makes this gift even more meaningful. Is like I am personally paying for someone's time for hundreds of hours to make a thing for you.
As it is just you and Maester Ferris in the hallway outside your solar in that moment, he kind of glances past you at the books, and then looks down and away a little bit shyly and blushes just a hair and just says, I'm afraid that our discussions on the ride here kept me from thinking over much about this gift. Perhaps I might take my time and visit your solar often until I have decided. And he doesn't quite go like this, like he's got that sort of.
What if we kissed in front of the books? Certainly, you're welcome to, yeah. And I suppose I wouldn't expect you to be able to peruse everything at once, but I just didn't want to assume what you had read, because I expect you've probably read a lot more than I have.
And it occurred to me only just now that if your Lord Grandfather wishes me to stay in Wyvern's Rest for some time, it might be that I could spend my evenings copying the book myself in order to save some coin.
Well, firstly, saving coin is not a concern that I want you to have with regards to this. And secondly, I don't feel like it's a gift if I'm giving you work to do.
Good point.
You're
I want to
giving me.
smack Adam sometimes.
All right.
Just want to go and smack him.
To be clear, this is him asking if he can spend his evenings in your solar unless he's needed somewhere else, and you were just like, terrible plan.
Out of character, I know. Right? I know I'm not great.
And that's why I want to smack Adam and not Ash.
Just
Like,
like,
it has not occurred to Adam that anyone would want him, so he's just and he's not saying he can't. I mean,
What's the meme where the girl's got the guy pressed against the wall and her leg is up on his shoulder? He's like, oh, he doesn't get it.
that's not how hugs work.
like,
So okay,
I want to be, I want to be clear. I
no,
mean, if you want,
yeah, it's
if you
good.
want,
It's good. I was just
if you no, I'm trying to speak in character now. I had
oh,
already
okay.
started to move on. I mean, I'm not. If you want to, you are certainly welcome to copy any book you want. Um, I was trying to give you I was trying to give you a gift, and um, if copying a book is something you enjoy, then certainly. I I enjoy your company anyway, so whether you're copying my book or not, I would like the company. After all, I'm going to be leaving at some point in the near future, and well, the solar will get packed up, and a lot of it will come with me. So I suppose I should enjoy it while it's here, and well, better to enjoy it with a friend.
Still looks like he has some mixed feelings about your answer. But yes,
Mm.
he will spend that evening in your solar, uh, just continuing the conversations that you guys had during your trip.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
not at
Like
all looking for a book. He is not looking through your collection like he was supposed to be. But he does mention in passing that night that he will be traveling to Bittergrove with you and Sir Roland to assist in going over the
good,
books. So it looks like he asked Grandpa Makar for permission to go down to Bittergrove again,
good.
at least temporarily.
That'll be that'll certainly be helpful. I want to make sure I'm leaving it in the best state possible. I'm a little anxious about letting it go.
He mentions, well, I'm sure that it will be fine beneath Sir Roland. He is surprisingly well educated for a bastard. Lord Bryce and their father was generous with Sir Roland. Though, of course, Harrenhal will be lucky to have you, and Bittergrove will deeply miss you.
I I will miss it too, and I'll miss our conversations. I wait. Out of character, does Harrenhal have a maester? I don't think he does.
Not right now.
I mean, I don't know what Sir Roland or indeed Lady Iris has in mind. But I mean, Harrenhal doesn't have a maester, and given my plans for the place, I'm probably going to need one eventually. That's if you wanted to explore that possibility.
I have considered asking your Lord Grandfather for permission to travel with you in order to assist in administrative duties, but perhaps, yes, it would be better if someone besides me asked him. I wouldn't wish him to think that I'm unhappy serving the Warden of the Stoneway
Of
in
course.
whatever capacity I need here in the Stoneway, but it could be that I might serve the greater interests of House Nymaryen elsewhere.
I was planning on speaking with him anyway, so leave that to me. I can.
Okay.
I'm sure compared to the other requests I have for him, that will probably fly easily.
All right then.
And I say I'm going to accompany that with like a very light touch on the arm of reassurance because he seems a bit troubled.
He nosebleeds all over all your books. Uh,
I'm just cultivating a thing gently.
where I'm allowed to touch him, training him over time. Yeah,
Oh no,
it's
that makes it sound really creepy. Please don't.
I
Does.
That's called
Ew.
grooming.
so yeah, it is fine. It is a pleasant evening spent in the Solar, discussing some of the books. Like when he's supposed to be finding one to copy, he will instead go, oh, I've read this one. what did you think of Archmaester blah blah blah's thoughts on blah blah blah,
Yeah.
right? And
Uh,
you're like,
I,
you
Adam's
know,
definitely going to have thoughts for
yeah.
sure. Yeah.
So
You
it's a
will have
pleasant evening
thoughts.
of yeah.
Yeah, because he's a fucking nerd. He tries to be like a bit of an action nerd, but he's still a nerd. Um, I think like probably around this time, like Adam's gonna like be. I suppose he'll probably voice at some point that he wants to like not have the sweet sleep so often. He's feeling like he's maybe sort of done hiding from consciousness. So it's like no longer going to be asking for that at night.
Yeah, and your doses were getting a little bit smaller as he was nearing the time period of when you would normally want to wean someone off a little. You know, so like, yeah, he
That is a
seems
habit forming
yeah,
thing.
he seems relieved when you say so, and you probably didn't take it like every night on the journey, and you know,
Yeah.
but yeah, he seems relieved when you say
Mm.
so. Uh, so yeah, he
Mm.
is absolutely in agreement as a professional and your dealer. Uh, so
Yeah. Adam does want a word with grandfather, but like if other stuff needs to happen immediately, then it,
uh, Reyna, you're sitting in the solar with grandfather. Uh, when your beloved younger brother arrives.
Oh,
And you guys are just going back over some numbers of like stuff that happened while you were gone,
right.
right? Because you guys took this big long tour of Westeros, uh, and he's like, "Yes, we finished this repair and blah blah blah, and then we've stored this much grain and right. It's the administrative side of stuff.
Right.
So it's not a terribly secret nor scintillating conversation, right? It's the accounting when Adam arrives.
oh,
Oh,
hello, Rena.
hello, Adam.
I had hoped to speak with you, grandfather, but
Oh, do you want me to?
probably no, not at all. It's in fact probably useful for you to hear anyway. Is now an all right time?
He finishes a sentence that he was in the middle of, uh, type of thing, and not literally a sentence, but you know,
Yeah.
finishes
Finish his point.
the yeah the conclusion of, and so things are going fine in Red Feather Lands. And then he very like ponderously uses a slip of paper from a raven as like a bookmark and like closes that ledger
Mm.
and sets it aside in like a very formal, like, all right, we're done talking about this. You're about to have my attention. By the time that my old hands are done doing this stuff, you better be ready to talk, right? Like
Yeah.
it's this kind of slow transition to a new topic that gives people a chance to get their shit together so they don't waste his time, right?
I,
It's
I,
that
sure.
ritual.
I think Adam is going to like help himself to a seat, but as soon as he has done that, realize, oh, I didn't get permission to sit. Oh, like shit. But like, fuck it, it's done now,
Yeah.
and hope that he doesn't get chewed out.
And you guys do notice, just a quick note, since the two of you are here in the solar, his desk is not any less cluttered than it's been. Like, well, wait, like, two of the weddings are over with, including the one that was like the most heavily planned, but like, still a lot of stuff coming and going, looks like. So, it just seems like the the Blood Royal's work is never done.
Right.
And he has had a bunch of new responsibilities and stuff too. So, but yeah, so then he turns his eye to you, young Adam.
So, in the interest of efficiency, I will start. Sorry, that's my brain fucking up. For the sake, for efficiency, I will say I have 3 points to make. Point first, I am to go to Harrenhal before long, after the wedding at Ghost Hill. Not Ghost Hill. Sorry. That's happened, hasn't it?
It's Ghost Hill. No,
Yeah,
Ghost Tale
yeah,
is.
sorry,
Yeah.
I got very mixed up for a minute there. Yeah, sorry. After Luke's wedding, I'll be probably going almost straight to Harrenhal, and it has occurred to me that I'm going to need an information network, and I thought you were the best person to ask about how one goes about constructing that. I have not felt the need to do so at Bittergrove because it was never really mine, whereas this is different. I want to be as well informed and able to make plans as you've always been, and I would like to arrange some time to spend with you to learn about that.
Point the second.
Point the second is, when I go to Harrenhal, I would like to borrow Maester Ferris, at least temporarily, to help me with the initial administrating of Harrenhal. It's a much bigger job than Bittergrove, and I would like some assistance, especially as I have some major reconstruction plans. So may I borrow Mr. Ferris for either a set or indefinite period of time?
Point the third.
Point the third is that we have been going some time not having a conversation about a personal matter concerning me, and without going into too many details, I just want to know if you still love me as I am, and if you would still love me even if I wasn't doing as you wanted.
Okay, well that took a turn. It's like cold and clinical points.
Yeah, well, he made.
So-
I mean, like he
Right.
wanted it. He wanted the perfection, so he got it.
Yeah,
Very in
it's just-
character.
I'm scribbling my notes for each question, and then I scribbled his answers, and then for 3, I just wrote, "Do you still love me, Papa?" And so it's just he is fine, but I needed a second.
Yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. And I feel I
Yeah.
should just like explain what he's referring to is like him being a homosexual.
I
he's
think we got that.
yeah, it's like, right, you know this about me now. Are we still okay? And also like there was a stretch of time where he was kind of refusing to get married, but without actually saying it. And he was concerned about grandfather like scrubbing him essentially. So
I for one, have,
it's not just do you love me as I am, but it's do you like still care about me even would that be conditional? Like, do I have to do what you want to do that, or yeah? So.
Right. He gives a clinical school administrator nod after the third question, and then he holds up one of his, you know, long-fingered but now palsied and slightly shaking hands, and he holds up a finger. Says, "Were I to find myself suddenly in need of spies in and around Harrenhal, and were I to become Lord of Harrenhal, I would find myself needing such spies. I would spend coin rather liberally in salt pans in Lord Harroway's town, asking about local criminals and turning them to my cause rather than against me. I may also make a terrible example of the nearest bandit, to make it even clearer to the local criminals that they would be better off serving me than wronging me. I will see to it that when you leave for Harrenhal, you have appropriate coin." And then he holds up a second finger.
Point the second.
"Harrenhal deserves a maester. The Lady Shella has not requested a new one after the loss of her husband some years ago. I think the woman felt that perhaps such a castle with a lady rather than a lord did not deserve one. We must disabuse her of that notion, even as we send her a new lord. A castle of that size and lands of that magnitude deserve a maester. Ferris is young, younger than Harrenhal deserves. But so are you. I will speak to the Citadel and see to it that his transfer is made permanent.
Oh,
Thank you.
And
Ooh,
then
ooh.
he holds up a third finger, and pauses and looks to Reyna. And it's his, do you want to be here for this look? It's a pause that's like giving Reyna a chance to leave. It's that Captain America in an elevator. Like if anybody,
Like,
right?
okay, it's gonna get messy.
I just had a moment like looking at my notes and going, "Oh shit! I should have made 4 points. I had a." I was like, I got.
Wait, point the fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I took
that's fine.
a sip
It's
of
fine. I like.
tea
I,
as
I, I could just be like, I lied.
I'm not going anywhere. Kind of look.
Okay. Right. So yeah. So she roots herself in place with a, reclining in her chair a bit, and yeah, that very rare, someday this solar will be mine, attitude that she shows. Um, and he just gives a little nod, like fine. He was
I'm
okay
surprised.
with it either way. He just wanted to give you the chance to not be here for like the sappy emotional bit, right? Like the other two were business of the Stoneway. This is not. Um, right, like he was just gonna give her a chance, and then
Okay.
after the third, and he kind of nods as Reyna, sits back and plants herself, right? And he nods and he lowers his third fingers, or his three fingers, and he comes as close to deflating as you have ever seen, either of you. Like shoulders slump, he lets his old back curve, and he lets out this sigh that like deflates him partially. Um, and then he very softly says, "I am sorry if ever my duties as Lord led you to think that I was that first and your grandfather second. Of course I love you, fool."
Oh.
And you can tell that that's the mad at himself fool. Like he
Yeah.
doesn't mean you
Oh,
when he
yeah.
says,
No, yeah. Like,
yeah.
neither
Uh,
I or Adam is taking that as anything mean at all. That is. He like Adam's fully like fighting like
Just
welling
don't
up
tear up.
is happening. Like his eyes go kind of glassy, but he's like, no, I'm tamping that right down. That is very reassuring to hear, grandfather. I appreciate you saying so. Actually, if I may make a one more point, I'm terribly sorry. um, I have a mind to explore the possibility of giving Robert Frey a place at Harrenhal once he is knighted. Is and I have noticed I feel there is a compatibility between him and Lady Elisane Bulwer, but of course that when I have explored that possibility, it has been met with skepticism as he is currently low on prospects. I would like it to be known by yourself and therefore by Lady Olenna that I intend to give him some prospects if he and Lady Elisane Mormont are willing. I hope that perhaps might offer some reassurance with regards to finding Lady Elisane Bulwer a match.
he pauses for a moment, and then kind of straightens back up and like goes back to work, right? And then after straightening up and switching gears and going back to work, he pauses for a moment, and you can see gears turning. Um, and then he just says, "Elisane Mormont, despite Walder Frey's joke, is not a knight. you would need to find someone else to knight the boy, and to agree that he is worthy of it. I believe Bela's husband would agree.
That is a good point.
And,
Well made.
and it's a pause before he's about to continue. Like just.
Oh, that's fine. Right. Okay. Sorry, I
Yeah,
thought he was done.
no
for it,
problem.
but
Yeah, you can tell
Yeah,
from his body
I-
language. Yeah, it's
Sure,
okay.
sure. But like Adam is nodding of like, yes,
Yeah.
good point.
Yeah, an
Take-
affirmation is fine. He's just that was a partial answer, and once you're sure, then he's gonna move on to the next. You guys have all done this with grandfather before. You know how he works. He's like, okay, and then he says, he says, it is also my understanding that at present the Lady Shella is primarily protected by a force of archers. That should be plenty of reason for such an elevation for young Robert.
Oh.
Though perhaps we could stop calling him that. He says with a
Well,
ghost of a
yeah.
smile. Like, he's like, maybe we should stop calling him Little Robert Frey, but that's fine.
Yeah, that thing, like, Adam has, like, when he's been talking about Robert to other people, he has been saying Robert Frey a lot more. Little Robert is, like, become a personal nickname for just them now.
But yeah, so he acknowledges that, has just that ghost of a smile, and then says, a master at arms, given some land,
Yes,
may be a more appropriate prospect. I will think on it before I write to the Lady Olenna and
Of course.
update her on the goings-on here on the eastern coast.
Of course. The main thrust of my intention is that I would like to offer him land, of which Harrenhal has rather a lot. I think it needs more people to bolster it, and I think Robert Frey would be excellent. He's got a lot of promise.
And finally, however, answer to yourself, if to no one else, whether he would travel to Harrenhal with you as a sworn sword, a childhood friend, or a ... companion. And he says companion the way historians do. Like, he's not sure. So this isn't him asking. This is him making sure that Adam, he's like, look, if you guys are fucking, and if that's why, that's fine, but then don't give him too much responsibility.
Yeah,
If you guys are just childhood friends, that's fine, but then don't give him, So this is Grandpa very carefully saying, don't tell me which it is, but I want you to keep your head on straight, and when you give him a job, make sure it's the right job.
Of course, yeah. Like he said that he did the same thing like with Edric Dane a while ago of like.
Just this is Grandpa not asking, so don't tell, but he wants to make sure that you aren't being blinded by childhood friendship or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, out of character, just as a bit of a reminder, he is very young, but Robert Frey has been learning an awful lot about archery and how to teach archery lately. He's actually got a little more experience with that than you do, because he's lacking in the natural talent a bit, but he got so many more lessons from so many more archers here in Nymaryen lands, that like he has learned that, like, look, there's 4 different ways that somebody's tried to teach me this shot, and right, so like he honestly probably wouldn't do that bad teaching archers and that sort of thing, if they can get over the age discrepancy, which
Yeah, I think there's a thing where like Adam's not meaning like right away. Like it's like in a few years I'd like to like bring him under my auspices, kind of thing. And he needs to talk to Alison Mormont first anyway. But yeah, like he's just like, after the couple of conversations he had about Alison Bulwer's sort of potential marriage matches with like Olenna and Marjorie, with them both being like, not sure, he's been like, I think I know how to like give him a sort of status boost,
Yeah.
essentially.
Like some cachet.
Yeah, and he would Adam wouldn't be, but you know, if I can, I can keep this in character actually. So Adam just says that like I would not be considering him for such if I didn't consider him capable childhood friend or not.
All right. Grandfather gives a bit of a nod that is his case closed, conversation over. I won't ask you again. Right? Like his like. All right.
Sure.
I believe you nod, and then he lifts an eyebrow, in
Thank you.
an anything else.
Thank you for your wisdom and counsel. I will let you two get on with the books. And he will stand to leave. He will give Reyna a kiss on the cheek before he leaves.
And as you're turning from the smooch, he will say, "I will be certain to see you at breakfast," which he doesn't normally do. So that's him gonna go out of his way to make sure he says goodbye tomorrow before you head down to Bitter Grove and stuff. So
That would be most pleasant, Grandfather. See you in the morning.
all right. See, wasn't that heartwarming, everybody? It was only 85% administration. So
Like honestly, like, and Adam was just like privately very relieved that Reyna was there as a like potential buffer.
Which is
It's
another
like,
reason
okay,
why
like he might shield me if he decides to stick a dagger in my eye.
I just wanted to be there in case you needed the support.
Personally, I like what
afterwards.
Grandpa was like. If you just want some dick, make sure you don't give him any like responsibility.
he
That's
wasn't
great advice.
saying like, look, you can't bring your boyfriend. He was
Yeah,
saying,
just if that's
you
why,
bring-
just keep in mind what he's good at. He
yeah,
may not.
right, yeah. He's just, he's still Dornish. Grandpa gets it, so like whatever. He just doesn't want you to, to forget if that was why he was coming. Like, sure,
Yeah.
if that's why you're bring him for that. But so, yeah.
And I mean, if he was asking to bring his boyfriend, like that could have gone a lot worse if it had been several months ago.
So,
All right,
with that, oh, what's up?
I gotta step away briefly, just very briefly.
Okay, you do that. Let's go.
I don't think Adam will run to tell Mr. Ferris right away, but he will make a point of letting him know, like,
Yeah,
soon.
and Meister Ferris is traveling with you to Bitter Grove tomorrow. Like, there's plenty of time there.
Yeah.
You know
But
that
you know, like,
Allison.
Adam might even save it for when they get to Bitter Grove and just be a sort of like, oh, I know a thing.
Alisane Mormont and little Robert are planning to attend Luke's wedding, so you've got that whole trip and back. There's plenty of time to bounce some of these ideas off of folk. So let's actually go ahead and take our break a little early. Let's just get that, and then we will come back and we will jump cut to the rest of the Nymaryens arriving at Ghost Hill, and maybe even jump cut to like just about the start of the ceremony, just for drama's sake. We'll see. So we'll be back in a couple minutes, everybody. See you soon.
I even.
All right, we are back from break. Welcome back to Westeros. We are getting down and dirty in Dorne, because it's Luke's wedding. So, the rest of the Nymaryen crew was
Hey,
able
we
to
gotta get the
arrive.
population numbers of Ghost Hill up. They're low.
So the rest of the
Oh.
Nymaryans were able to arrive a couple days ago, and it's been less formal recreation than than you had in Highgarden, but you can definitely tell that the Lady Nymella is ready to host, right? Like it's more of a just like, yeah, look, like the food's out there, grab some food if you want to. Here's the wine, have some wine if you want to. Dorne's right there, go for a
We,
ride if you want to,
we have a
right? Like it's
suspiciously large number of barrels from the arbor.
yeah, so it's just a little more hands off. But Ghost Hill itself is a fairly impressive structure. Um, the ghost or the chalk white cliffs face the sunrise every morning, and the castle itself has those chalk white walls that just sear the eye, especially when contrasted with like the deep blue waters of the Sea of Dorne that it is so close to. The castle itself is a little off center on top of the hill. So if you think of the hill as, say, a full size dinner plate, right? The castle is like a soup bowl, right? It's just a little off to one side, and it's on the edge, kind of to the west and away from the water. Um, and as you are able to arrive and you kind of just look around Ghost Hill a little bit, you realize that uh, the kind of empty part of the hill is the ruins of the old Ghost Hill, the old castle that were burnt down by dragons. Um,
Oops.
so that was, of course, when they then changed uh, their heraldry and all that in the wake of that spat. But they haven't completely cleaned away those ruins. You've still got some low walls, 2, 3 feet high in places at the best, but they just kind of left it there. You know, they took stone from it as needed, but they left some of it there um, as some sort of Dornish reminder. Maybe not to fuck with dragons, maybe that you can fuck with dragons and survive it, technically. Maybe, you know, like maybe just reminders of being careful, of, you know, what you can endure. Who knows? Um, but yeah, it's largely overgrown and stuff. But some of the preparations for the wedding was clearing some of that brush and undergrowth, um, and you know, just kind of cleaning it up enough for guests. Um, Down at the bottom of the hill is a small village, for lack of a better, it's definitely not like a city, that is dominated by the oceanside trade. You know, docks and a couple brothels and bustling naval commerce coming and going for this section of Dorne, which is where most of their money comes from. They've got a fairly small population compared to a lot of the rest of their stats, just because you can make good money by having a port. So it's a very nice spot. This close to the coast, the temperature stays fairly moderate while still being Dorne warm. So it's not like it's uncomfortably cool or whatever, but it's not quite uncomfortably warm to guests either. So it's all very, very nice. Uh, the ceremony itself um, has been prepared, and Luke assisted with some of the preparations, yada yada, in the ruins of the old sept. They have kept that as the sept. They're not a particularly devout house. It's not like what they're reputed for or anything. But they kept the old sept. It was one of the least ruined buildings, and they recovered what stained glass they could, and then had rebuilt in the same style other stained glass. So it's an actual like one wall around a doorway that survives, and that's kind of turned into um, a temple or a chapel, for lack of a better term. And 6 of the 7 are represented in recovered stained glass on it. The father, smith, and warrior, but it's all, I don't want to say half-assed. It is purposefully built to look like it's been recovered from wreckage, right? So they're not windows, but they removed the window and it's like inset in a ruined half-melted wall, right? So they're permanent fixtures. They're just not a stained glass window anymore. But you've got, the father, the smith, and the warrior, and then the mother, maiden, and crone. And the stranger, of course, is present in the rest of the ruins, right? The wreckage all around is where the 7th stands as this place that was savaged by dragonfire. So it's a very unique place for a wedding. It's a very kind of stark and brutal and Dornish or northern, right? How those two are in some ways very similar. Those extremes of temperature lead to some extremes about survival and life and death. And at present, of course, it's all aflutter with silken ribbons of yellow and gold and green snapping in the wind as it blows in off the Dornish Sea. And it's, filled with life because there are an awful lot of guests here. Lady Velena, of course, is present for her wedding. She's decided to join you lot.
Oh, woo.
Right?
That's the important bit. Everything else is window dressing.
The Lady Nymaryen and young Tiora are here. This morning at breakfast, one sec, let me wrap up this intro.
Yeah, no problem.
Tiora came to eat, but was clearly troubled and tired. And mentions at the dinner table, and this isn't like spooky haunted kid voice, right? Like she's not creepy about it. She's just like her head doesn't.
I don't go down a hallway and see 2 of her holding hands.
Yeah, nothing like that. But she just says
a dissonant voice.
Yeah, and she just says, "Mama, I had the dream again last night that the sun was setting early and the darkness was falling, but." And she gives a tired smile that kids manage. She goes, but then a star was extra bright, so it wasn't so bad today. And just sounds like little kid upbeat about it. Like dealing with prophetic nightmares is just like another hassle that this, like 12-year-old has grown up with and has kind of grown accustomed to and is feeling a little optimistic about this morning. Yeah, Ash.
Good.
Is this being said within earshot of Adam?
It's at the breakfast table. So if you're there, then yeah.
First opportunity he gets, Adam is definitely going to try and talk to her about that.
Yeah, give me 1 second because I want to see something to her. Then I will segue into
Yeah,
it.
of course you go ahead.
Luke's gonna look up and say, "Tior, do you have dreams like this often?"
She does a 12-year-old girl roll of the eyes and says, all the time. Right? That's sort of...
My brothers had odd dreams as well. I'm gonna motion to Adam, who I assume has joined us for breakfast.
Yeah. It's true, I have dreams like that as well. Not those exact images from what it sounds like, but I have them too.
And she just gives like a matter-of-fact nod. I know.
But you know?
And then gives a carefree shrug. I don't know how, like the shrug is just like an I don't know how I know. It's just kind of a, like, yeah, I can tell. Just
oh, I can tell. Okay, all right.
I'm gonna give her a little
vibe. Yeah.
I'm gonna give her a little smile. If you ever want to talk about them, you can always talk to me.
to you. You're not in the dream club.
Shut up! She's my little sister. You leave her alone.
Well, she's about to become my little sister too.
I'm not sharing.
So yeah, she doesn't. Like I said, she doesn't seem like Luke. You know that she has been upset by these dreams leading up to this, but today it's almost like the dream finished and now she's okay. And again, you are left with the feeling that she's just used to this, and her mom and her sister don't. Oh no! Fetch the septon, right? Like there's like, oh yeah, she had one of those, and it just seems to be a kind of normal thing, every bit as much as this mother and these daughters might talk about women's health, just kind of casually, right? It's the same kind of teller. It's like, yep, we've gotten used to this. Like it happens sometimes, and so yeah, it's just all very matter of fact.
1,000% fascinated by this, but I am not going to push the girl until I get to know her better.
I love that you're fascinated by her weird dreams, but when I told you about mine for the first time, you were like, yeah, everyone has dreams, whatever. I don't care about your dreams, Adam.
Yeah, your dreams are dumb.
Oh.
So is it always that the sun is setting and it's getting dark and then a bright star appears?
No,
is that is that everything?
Just this one. Earlier in the week, it was just the sun setting and everything being dark. But today, right before I woke up, a star was shining very brightly, and everything felt all right.
Do you know what direction it was shining from?
She shakes her head.
Adam does not explain why he's asked that. He's just like, okay.
So, also listening in a bit at the dinner table or at the breakfast table, Lord Makar has joined you lot for breakfast. He seems more concerned with the etiquette of eating meals when he's a guest at someone's home. Like he often misses breakfasts at home, but if Lady Olena has her people make breakfast, you eat breakfast, right? And it's kind of the same thing here, where he's not going to risk being rude. He isn't eating as much as you guys would like, but he's here, right? So like that's all right. He's trying.
Grandfather, I'm pleased you made it down today. The trip in general, actually.
Of course. I can only watch you become a decent man once, and I miss. And he says with
that's also an in-character guffaw, by the way.
An almost uncharacteristic smile.
Just imagine like Adam snorting his tea.
All credit to Lady Valena and her family, of course.
And Valena nods to you, and she says, "I'm looking forward to seeing it happen myself."
One day, dear.
Well, let us know if he ever manages it.
Wow.
And Septon Jim, who is eating into some buttery biscuits with zeal and gusto, just says, not to worry. I'll look deep in his eyes today before he says his vows. If he's lying like he used to, we'll thrash him for it.
Wow.
You know, you climb the walls of Castle Ironwood, and this is how they treat you.
Unfortunately, you are not joined by your other bannermen. Aunt Elia and Sir Adam Bridington, along with Lord Garrus Waterstone, have stayed in their respective lands, and as has Sir Roland Storm, who settled in quite handily. Maester Ferris is here, though. The two maesters that still serve your house weren't going to let Lord Makar travel without a physician, and better Maester Ferris travel than your similarly ancient and decrepit Maester Elston. So yeah, Maester Ferris was able to come down for the trip.
Man, anyone else like Maester Elston is just phoning it in.
No. He's doing the same as he always has. You just pay more attention because he's ragging on you.
You are
He's not even
joined.
here. How's that ragging on me?
You are joined as people assemble in the late afternoon by a good number of family. And some of these arrived over the last few days or whatever. But this is the first time everyone's getting all together in preparation for the ceremony. First and most notably is Princess Ariadne Martell and young Prince Tristane,
Oh wow.
your cousins, uh, which again are pretty close to cousins. But yes, the eldest daughter of Prince Doran and the heir to Sunspear is here. Her voluptuous 24-ish self, all olive skin, dark black
What's her official title?
princess.
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 Okay.
Yeah, and Tristane is a prince. Yeah, and she is gorgeous as always. When she was younger, you lot barely remember her being a little pudgy and a little flat, and then just puberty hit her like the opposite of a truck and did wonderful things, and she, yeah,
Those were
is
great
every
years at
yeah,
Sunspear.
she is every inch the beautiful Dornish woman, and she's wearing the flaming orange and red silk robes of Sunspear, with the sun and the spear, like sigil, subtly woven into the fabric in like an alternate stitch, like the same color, but when they do the stitches the other way, so it's a very kind of subtle look. I don't know what that's called. I know it's not a cross stitch quite, but
Oh no,
you guys know
it's
what I'm
not
talking about.
cross stitching. Like,
Right. It's.
but
I
I
just
get
don't
what.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a sort of illusion stitching essentially.
Yeah. So yeah, and she's just resplendent in it, and she has touches of gold here and there at her, necklace and some bracelets and that sort of thing. Uh, young Tristane, is looks a good deal older than the last time you lot have seen him. He's 13 now, and has done a good bit of growing. So he's kind of gangly and coltish. He's in that phase, and you think he might have eaten every biscuit that was left for breakfast. Like he's just filling that hole, right? But he is similarly dark skinned, and he's got this kind of thatch of straight black hair, that only quite does what it's told when his sister helps him, with like a hair thing, pulling it back in a ponytail that he winces at. But then, of course, you are joined by some other cousins. Obara Sand, her broad shouldered and long legged 30 years self, with her rat brown hair and her simple breeches and linen tunic. She is dressed up a little in that she's wearing her polished belt made of copper suns, so it just gleams. Like that's her fancy stabbing belt, right? Like so she's dressed up some, and nobody could quite decide to disarm her. So her spear is like leaning against a ruined pillar. Most of the people have kind of checked their weapons. Um, those with Valyrian steel. No one's going to try and take, the Valyrian spear from Bela or Scorpion from Balin. But most of the people have been decided it's just a wedding, right? But yeah, like her spear is within eye shot, right? She's just like, "Ugh," and they're like, all right. Um, but then you are joined also by Nymaryen Sand, her next, the next oldest of all the sand snakes, who is slim and slender, as beautiful as Ariane, but not as curvy. She is a bit more athletic and trim and dangerous, as one of the sand snakes. Uh, she doesn't seem to be armed, but she's got on these really pretty lilac robes that could have a half dozen knives under
We're
there.
Dornish, we're always armed.
Yeah. But she's also got dark hair, dark eyes, and her hair is in a simple black braid that her sisters were helping her with earlier today. You are joined by the beauteous Tyene Sand, who is so just out of place among her sisters, though they never treat her like she is. But she has this porcelain, cream pale skin, golden hair, blue eyes, little dimples when she smiles, and this just soft, gentle, reassuring voice um, that she once told you lot in a pleasant little story, chatting with her cousins in that soft, gentle voice, that her father taught her everything he knows about poisons, and it was ever so splendid. And who would like some more tea? And like she's just
Yeah,
so kind of
her,
sweet about it that it never sounds like a threat when she mentions it to you guys, and you're not supposed to mention it to other people, but
uh,
it just always looks odd. Thinking
uh,
of imagining
like I
her killing someone is just so weird.
I know her mother's a septa, isn't she?
Yes,
Like,
and
is her
she
mother
just
like singing?
I am the weirdest boner right now.
Because like, cause their things all like
yeah.
blonde
Um,
hair and fair skin and stuff.
Out of character, it's not like not much about her mother is canonical,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I'm
sure.
not going to make a straight call for ethnicity, but she just happened to come out looking blonde and kind of medieval tapestry angelic Virgin Mary vibe that she plays up and that is not true. She got into her fair amount of girlish pranks. She and Princess Ariane are absolute ride or die best friends,
Oh.
and have been forever. Um, and as the drone camera is slowly panning through the crowd, those two, Princess Ariane and Tyene, are sitting together and are giggling across the crowd at Willis, and you are reminded, Reyna, you remember a story that you heard about 10 years ago, during one of you and Bela's visits to Sunspear, that Tyene and Ariane were in trouble because they had run away from Sunspear, and they made it about halfway across Dorne to Vaith, and the two of them had run off, and their plan was to make it to Highgarden and wed Ariane to Willis Tyrell.
Ha!
Uh, so they have joked about it once or twice after arriving, in a very gracious, not like snotty "I'm a princess, you're not" way, but like "I'm so glad I didn't make it." And then the joke could be so that you could have him, right?
Right.
That the shitty mean girl joke. Instead, she's like, so that I wouldn't have been so embarrassed on my way back home, right? And
Mhm.
she takes this joke that could be a mean girl's joke, and instead is just like, he would have turned me down, and known that he was meant for someone else, and right.
Oh,
So there's been a little bit of joking about it, but they're still looking very girlish and giggly and flirtily towards him in a very Dornish way, and you're sure that one of them is just teasing the other about it, right? But yeah, those two are dangerously inseparable. And then the youngest of the Sand Snakes to make it here is Elias Sand in her horse stinking black and brown leather armor, not dressed up. She does not have a fancy copper sun belt, but she did not arrive. She is wearing a tattered piece of her fine reach gown that she like cut or tore off, and is wearing as like a favor or a just a pretty girlish ribbon. And she's got that tied in her hair, which is in a straight black braid, much like her older sister Nymaryen. So it looks like she's in some way, on some level, holding on to some pleasant memory of looking like a fancy young lady.
Good.
But then she has integrated it into herself instead, and it's kind of nice. Like it's an extra long bit of ribbon, so it is part of the braid and kind of fluttering in the wind, and so she's not hiding it, right? She's just claiming it in a rather sane, sneaky style. And then, uh, looking at the sand snakes a little too much to be quite comfortable, is Uncle Orain Waters. the last member of your family that is here for the wedding. He has gotten some Dornish robes from someone somewhere, perhaps stolen from someone's
Stole
husband.
them.
Perhaps stolen from someone's husband on his way out of their home.
He's,
Uh,
he shook most of the bloodstains off them.
yeah, and he's got these Dornish robes that are loose and more open than not in a Dornish style. He's still somehow like creamy skinned blood of old Valyria. He just doesn't seem to tan. He does not seem to have picked up the Dornish custom of the wide-legged, flowing, loose cloth pants that go with the robe. So he's in just the robe. Uh, so he just, or maybe he just couldn't steal a pair of pants that matched the robe. I don't know. So he's not quite dressed up, but he's in more the Dornish style than not. And yeah, and he's just kind of leering occasionally at Princess Ariane and a couple of the Sand Snakes who aren't his blood relations. But like, yeah, they're good-looking gals in their 20s and stuff. So,
He's still a kid.
oh, Uncle Orain. Um,
Oh, Uncle Orange.
and then you have a bevy of Dornish guests. Most notably, Lord Edric Dane of Starfall, who's among the highest ranked of your visitors, along with Lord Tremond Gargillan of Salt Shore, with his cockatrice eating a black snake on gold. You are joined by Sir Aaron Santagar, Master at Arms
excellent.
of the Red Keep, who was allowed to take his leave and see his squire exchange vows. He and his brother and his niece are here with their really, really cool sigil for House Santagar. It's a leopard wielding an axe. And it's just like that's
As they do in the wild.
yeah, like, it's got an,
Because a leopard's clearly not armed enough.
right? Like, it's got an axe too. Yeah,
Where did they see
but
a leopard? Are there leopards
Sorry?
here?
leopards are things.
I
thought it was
mean,
all like shadow cats.
think about the number of lions
Well,
in English heraldry. There has been a lion in England since the Ice Age.
Yeah. yeah.
Although a lot of the lions in heraldry are actually called leopards.
Huh.
There you
Oh.
go.
Well, hasn't been a leopard in England in 20,000 years either, but
So the daughter Silva is of an age with and also close friends with Arion and Tyene, but she's standing with her family at present, perhaps in a no doubt vain attempt to keep her out of trouble. She is known as Spotted Silva, partially because she has a bunch of freckles, like right across like
Aw.
the cheekbone area, but also because several years ago she was reputed to have romantic bruises across her body and a lot of other places as well, and was just like caught with a bunch of hickeys that got her and Tyene and Ariane in trouble. And, like, yeah, so it's all. But yeah, so she's over there with her dad, who, again, for those that forgot, Sir Aaron Santagar is the Master at Arms at the Red Keep in King's Landing. He's the guy that Robert Baratheon says, you should train my knights. All right, so he's pretty good at stuff. And he is also the knight that Sir Lucaris squired for. So he was able to get some leave to sail down here and visit briefly. You're joined by Sir Ryan Illyrian, who is Daemon Sand's father. Sir Daemon kind of looks to you questioningly before leaving his spot as a sworn sword. But I'm assuming he'll be like, no, your old family's dead to you. Like,
they're dead.
assuming he gets to go talk to his dad. And you
If
remember,
you're not in
as
the cult, you don't talk to him.
yeah. And you remember as they are socializing that his wife is also here, the Lady Enos, who was formerly of House Ironwood, but who
Jeez.
they did not at all hesitate to take part in the siege and to
I remember.
put down
I remember
her
that.
father.
Man,
Out of character,
what a sign that you're a shitty dad.
quick
Right?
note in chat: there was no mention of Sorella.
Yeah,
She was
I
not.
was just checking if like she
Nope.
was coming up or if she was not here.
Nope. That was all the sand snakes.
Okay.
You get a lot of them, but not all of them.
They can never
Um,
be in the same place at once. Though. It's like,
you've
Be too
got
powerful.
a
How
pair
many of
of
these stories have we heard already that involve? Well, they got in trouble because.
because 4 of them were gathered in one place for too long. Yeah. So you've got a pair of Corgiles of sandstone um, who are pointedly ignoring Willis Tyrell and
Are
hoping.
those? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, House Corgile is the ones renowned for the bunch of Tyrell murders.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. No, I got that bit. It was like, are
yeah,
these the brothers that Adam had to dress down at
yeah,
his tourney? The ones he had to tell like don't
yeah.
fucking murder
Uh,
anyone.
Along with Sir Ulwak Uller,
Yeah.
who is protectively standing near the Sand Snakes, even though he's only granduncle to Elia of this lot, he's still kind of protective of all the Sand Snakes. Like, if you're gonna be a granduncle to some of the Sand Snakes, you're gonna, that's your faction loyalty score. So yeah, he's also a bit of a mad troublemaker in Dorne, by Dornish standards, even. But so far, everything's been really mellow. Like, everyone's fine. Uh, Willis Tyrell has wed the heir to the Stoneway, and like that's important. These people
Uh-huh.
might not all be as overt about it as the people of Will, like, but he's not. That guy's not just a Tyrell anymore, right? Like he's,
you can't just stab him anymore.
um, and then other guests that are
He's
also
not
nominally,
Loris.
other guests that are also nominally Dornish through service at various times. Alysain Mormont and Robert Frey are here, and Sir Oris Waters, the Aurochs, who joined.
Do we have any kind of dealings with him? I don't recall.
Uh, and then lastly, you do have a pair of Stormlander guests. Lord Beric Dondarrion of Blackhaven, as a concession to the Dornish heat, he is wearing a capelet instead of a full and proper cloak. He's
You
got
know,
like a little
I've
half
never
cape.
heard the phrase before, but I can picture it perfectly.
It's a
It
real.
goes kind of
It's
like
a
about
real,
mid back.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a
it's
real
like a
thing.
shorter version of a cape, and it goes like round the front as well.
I got that from the name. I just never
Yeah.
heard of one before.
I've got one. It's actually really cool. I wore it during the Great Texas Freezing last year. It was one of my top layers. It's part of my Star Wars cosplay, but like it's also like not a costume. The one that I bought is good, and it's like waxed. It's waxed cloth and stuff, so like it stayed dry. It's warm as shit. Like yeah. So he's just wearing a capelet instead of his normal cape. So
He's a
instead of
small collection of these, just in case.
yeah, and the capelet itself is of like just pure black, and then the blazing purple and white of the lightning bolt is the trim around the edges. So he didn't take the sigil and shrink it down. It's just that style of a cloak. And then Sir Roland Storm, who I guess could have gone under the Dornish guests also, but his name is Storm, and he's still known primarily as the Bastard of Nightsong. It is not at all impossible that he has fought in some skirmishes against Dornish bandits before and that sort of thing. So the Stormlanders, as always, are getting a couple looks from people. But Beric has treated his squire Edric well enough, and the Danes of Starfall are, of high enough repute and stuff. So like Beric's all right ish to most of these guys, that sort of thing. So it's been fine. Everyone's been just kind of socializing. There are also an assortment of distant, barely related House Toland cousins, and some of their retainers and stuff, and like the wealthiest merchant from the nearby village, down at the base of the hill is here. So there's other guests enough to be a milling crowd type of thing. It's not just this list of people, but these are the ones you guys know and care about and stuff. And yeah, the sept, such as it is an open aired sept where you're all able to enjoy the wind coming in, and it's rather fierce as it first rolls up those cliffs, and the gold and green banners, or ribbons, really. Banners are a little bigger than what these are just snapping and cracking in the wind. And Septon Jim is wearing his robes, despite the heat. He is here in an official capacity, and he's going to look it. So he is out of his usual civilian garb, and is wearing proper Maester garb. It's still kind of humble Maester garb. His stuff isn't all cloth of gold and ostentatious, but it's nice. So he's wearing that, and it's catching in the wind as well, and he's standing under that half melted arch that shows the resilience of Dorne, even in the face of dragon fire. This sept survived an ancient worm and its flame, and this sept is still a holy place that will be used on this holy day. And then, of course, up there, standing to one side of Septon Jim, beneath the faces of the father, the smith, and the warrior, is Lucaris Nymaryen. Luke, what's your outfit for the day?
That's a great question.
No, sure.
I'm gonna pass.
You don't get to pass.
No,
Boom.
yeah. So he's wearing basically Dornish robes. They are actually gold colored. He has kind of his personal sigil, which is kind of the dragon holding a two-pointed spear, embroidered in a kind of iridescent green. So he's wearing the colors of the House Tollard.
That he is.
They're basically fancy, loose-fitting Dornish robes, is what he's wearing. He has a little bit of jewelry on him. It is mostly gold and emeralds, but not a large amount.
So yeah, looking pretty nice. Dressed rather similarly to the bride, who is also here, of course, in her house colors. She is lined up beneath, and the other side of Septon Jim, so she is beneath the faces of the Mother, Maiden, and Crone. So the looks that are raining down on you lot from that side of you are at turn either fierce or stern or serious or doting, and then to the other side of you you have assembled what feels like half of Dorne, and more of your blood relations than not are in attendance, and you're feeling partially grounded by your love for Valeda Toland, but also Septon Jim is always a pretty down-to-earth guy, and instead of some stranger. That's nice, right? That's always nice.
Yeah.
And
Adam. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, and I would have greeted everyone as they came in appropriately, doted on my cousins and Sir Santigar, or Sir Aaron especially.
Yes, we're not jump cutting through the greetings to assume that nobody said hello to each other. So yes.
I know. I just wanted it to be clear.
Yep.
Like, he hasn't seen some of these people in years, so.
Yeah. Adam, we're gonna go from the youngest to oldest after this. What are you wearing, and kind of who are you hanging out with in the crowd as people fall into rows? And there are, for the record, a few seats available. They've integrated some of the low ruined walls with new pieces of wood, almost like a pew or a bench, but like cut just right around the like molten stone. So like there's a place for Grandpa Makar to sit, right? And that sort of thing. So, there's people are still kind of aligning in rows to kind of match that pew. But it's a little more freeform than that. So, yeah, who's Adam going to be hanging out with?
Am I right in thinking that Alice Mormont and Robert Frey came today?
Yeah, they are down here. Yeah.
Adam is going to sit with them specifically then, if he can.
Alrighty. And what is our fanciest lad looking like?
Right, so he's gone for a turquoise, like wraparound kind of Dornish knee-length robe, like the kind you kind of see in the show a lot, with like the long flared sleeves, and it's embroidered here and there with little silver seahorses, so that's like the symbol of our mother's house.
Right.
Worn over dark blue breeches with high black boots, so it's kind of like if he had to take the robe off, he would be in like shirt and breeches, and it'd be kind of practical. Um, but the robe's kind of flowy. Wide cloth of silver sash tied around the waist, and it's got like a kind of quite wide and deep neckline, so it's a little racier than his usual choice. Delicate long silver necklace that's dotted with three real like black pearls. They're kind of more sort of blue black. And his favourite ring, which is the opal of frankly obscene size, set in decoratively undulating silver.
Cool. So our
It's so
fanciest lad
fancy.
is looking rather fancy.
That's it.
So
It's always
Bela. Oh, sorry.
Fancy.
That's why we call him that. Bela, how are you dressed? The Knight of Will, and yeah, how are you dressed? Who you hanging with?
So Bailey's gonna have on a long flowy dress. Being back in Dorne is comforting. So she's in um, a dress that maybe is similar in some ways to some of the like sort of like vest and open shirted things that the men wear, but it's like transitions into a dress instead of just being a top. But
Okay.
it's yellow in House Will colors, and she wears a necklace for her own personal sigil from House Nymaryen.
Cool.
Her hair's
So
done up,
crossing the
pulled back,
streets.
and braided.
Nice. So yeah, looking fancy. And like I said, nobody tries to disarm people with like heirloom weapons, right? Like so you're able to keep your spear somewhat close at hand. As is your hubby, who has Scorpion on his hip. He is dressed largely to match you. Uh, he is the consort knight of Will, so you can kind of play dress up with him however you want to, and he has to do it. So then Felicia. Oh yeah, and yeah, who's Bela hanging out with?
Oh. So, I guess it might come down to between Reina and I, which one of us hung out more with the princess when we were younger? Would it?
Probably up to you two.
Yeah. I could almost see Bela being more hanging out with the sand snakes, maybe.
Rhino would probably have bonded with the princess a little more since.
Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. So I'll probably go and hang out more with the sand snakes in that case.
Okay. Yeah, and it's easily done. They don't exactly like mark territory everywhere they go, but they do still tend to have a bit of room around them everywhere they go. Like 'cause people are just like, who knows what kind of poison they got? Who knows what kind of weapons they got? Stuff like that. So yeah. But you are, of course, absolutely welcome through that force
Yeah.
field, right, of repute.
With a
that
small
surrounds
apologies
them.
to
Yeah.
Balin, as I'm sure he is going to get needled verbally and hopefully not physically with poison needles.
He
hanging
is,
out with the
you
sand
might.
snakes.
he is greeted very warmly by Tyene Sand, who puts her hand on his arm, maybe a little longer than most brides would like, and just says, "Oh, thank goodness, I won't stand out like a drop of honey in a shit. I just forgot the word. Inkwell. There we go. I'll no longer look like a lone drop of honey in an inkwell." And just like starts to kind of fawny flirty with him, as the fellow blonde in around that lot. Sorry. In the later books, Balin Swan is making his way through Dorne as a member of the Kingsguard in like the official timeline, and he's had somewhat less than pleasant interactions with some of these people, and less pleasant coming quite soon. So it just kind of tickles me that he's here, just chilling. And that leaves Reyna. What you dressed like, and who you hanging out with?
Reyna is wearing full on orange clothes with, like one of those awesome sleeveless tunics with a super deep plunging neckline. uh, and sorry, I'm laughing at our chat, not y'all chat, but and over and it's like lightweight. It's like made out of like wispy wisps, different of layers of panels. Uh,
Okay. Just don't look at chat when it's your turn to talk.
almost translucent silks, uh, and they're in you know like almost a rose color and gold,
Okay.
and her hair is uh, braided up the sides, but then it kind of comes down the back. It's just to pull it up and off, up.
Okay. So just
Kind of like,
Leotastic.
yeah.
how have you encouraged Willis to dress? Maybe not necessarily for the whole trip, but at least for today, for the wedding. Is he
If
in?
he let me, I set freaking Adam on him.
I think
if he
she
let
just
me.
means to dress him. Calm down.
Yeah.
Are you queer-eyeing him?
I mean,
I
absolutely, we have established that Adam is the Tan France of Westeros.
would absolutely have our Tan France
Just kind of elevate your look a bit.
totally dress him in Dornish clothes. Uh,
That's fine. Adam will take care of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he goes along with it,
Yeah.
with good-natured smile of, if I'm to be spending half my time here,
You know what? Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if Adam had thought about this beforehand and like prepared. Essentially, like, I thought this day might come, brother.
yes,
I was waiting for this. He pulled a
Here's my-
book of ideas out.
yeah, he's like he like opens up a panel in his solar, and it's like Willis. There's like a sketchbook for Loris. There's one for Garland. It's like yes, Willis. Here we are.
Pretty
Yeah.
much. I mean, also just even at that, like, I think like Adam and Willis are probably not too dissimilar in like build, so like he could probably get away with like using some of his own stuff.
Yeah, Willis is a little bigger,
Yeah.
but he's also a little older, But yeah, so yeah, and Willis will make the occasional dry jest throughout, at just like, well, it's a good thing it's warm down here, and like as he's wearing less and less each time, or like, so yeah, and he is a good sport about it, and seems determined to show that he is making an effort to be a partner to his Dornish bride. So yeah. Right then.
I think that would be very nice. Yes, that is what we're doing.
And so.
And there's
Alex.
a lot of showing him off. So there's flitting.
Yeah, from group to group.
Yes.
Yeah, he is a good sport about it. He does have his cane on him, more days than not, but especially on today when he knew that there would be social flitting. He's making sure that it's ready. He's got a new one, where the handle part is a flowing, like dragon's head. So it's pretty close to like what Grandpa had. It might be by the same person. Who knows? You guys have a pretty good smith there. Whoever dressed, he might have made it for him. But yeah, so he's ready to flit.
Nice.
And so, Septon Jim does not formally, like, there's no fucking bell that rings, nobody doots a horn to get everyone's attention. It's not a wedding that's set to start at a like precise hour. It's Dorne, everyone's a little more laid back.
It's the opposite
But
of
once everyone's here, and he has gotten some sort of signal from the lady Nymela, who is the host. Uh, he just starts in, and everybody goes, "Oh," and they get real quiet, and they drift a little bit closer than they were, because everybody's just milling around, kind of ready. So he starts by nodding to the bride and groom, and it says, "It is time. Let you cloak one another as a sign of mutual protection." And both of you add one layer of green and gold Dornish silk atop the many layers of green and gold Dornish silk you're already wearing. And you are both wrapped in the dragon chasing its tail sigil of House Toland. A reminder of their words never finished. Septon Jim says as the cloaks or the little capelets are falling into place, he goes, a reminder of their words never finished, never more suitable than at a wedding. We all hope. He says with a bit of a chuckle towards all and sundry. Lords and ladies, we stand here in the sight of men and the seven to witness this union of wife and husband, one flesh, one heart, one soul, now and forever. And he gives another little nod, and the bride and groom stack their hands, and he has some old piece of cloth. It now just looks kind of an off-white, almost going to brown. It was probably some swatch of pure white silk once upon a time, ages ago. But you can tell this has been used for this before, right? It's not a, newly crafted like most of the rest of everyone's outfits for today. So he, ties that on and it gets wrapped over and around and tied the hands together. He says, let it be known that Velena Toland of Ghost Hill and Sir Lucaris Nymaryen will become one heart, one flesh, one soul. Cursed be he who would seek to tear them. And just as he's supposed to say the word asunder, you guys hear a couple horns. And then you guys taste some dirt as the wind's a little crazy up here because the castle is kind of at your back. So most of the wind's coming off the sea, but some is flowing all around. And there's dusty, dusty trails with this white quartz in the air a bit down the hill. And those trails up the hill are very dusty as well. And kicking up that dust and arriving in a rush is a force of over a dozen cavalry. Knights all in black and purple and polished steel. The Knights of High Hermitage, each one reputedly as dangerous as Jonathor Sand, the vulture who was nearly king. Leading them, and also armed and armored, is a startlingly handsome man in his late 20s, meticulously clean-shaven, with a strong nose, high cheekbones, a sharp jaw, and dark purple eyes. His hair is a thick stream of silver, pouring to crash like waves on his shoulders, divided in the very center by a streak of midnight black. Bearing a long arming sword, styled clearly as either a mockery of or preparation for wielding the famous blade Dawn, the cruel sharpness of the naked steel in his hands is matched only by the cruel sharpness of his eyes, as Sir Gerald Dane, the Knight of High Hermitage, rides his horse up into the middle of the crowd and just rears back dramatically for a moment as his knights kind of fan around. He says, I'm sorry to be late. My invitation no doubt was lost by a careless raven, ill-trained or unlucky. But then, my love, perhaps your mother never sent me an invitation. I don't think she ever quite cared for me, did she?
I am beyond pissed.
Oh!
And so, in response to this threat, which is a group of people that are probably the worst ones to threaten in most of this setting. Like, you guys are missing about a half dozen people to make this the worst crowd to threaten. People are turning and responding in what ways they can. Sir Balin has put his hand on Scorpion, but is not yet drawing it. But he has immediately turned to face them. You see that Oris has picked up a ruined arm that fell from some ancient marble statue. Obara Sand blithely walks right past a knight of High Hermitage and grabs her spear,
I love my friends.
and then walks back through them to stand into the group. And like, you could tell that they're not quite under orders to kill someone for that. So like, the knights sidestep a little nervously. Alysain Mormont has drawn out her belt axe. She carries a bearded axe, about hatchet size, not like an axe. Instead of like a table knife, he has a small like belt axe. And so she's got that out. And you can see Robert Frey hand her his. She has insisted that he start to carry in similar style. So he's got his belt knife out also, but gave her. So Alysain Mormont is standing there with an axe in each hand, wearing her bear cloak, or lined
Of
cloak.
course she is.
So that's probably decent-ish armor, but who knows what weapons some of the sand snakes have.
Oh, I should have worn my fucking armor.
So these are all knights.
Yeah.
If swords haven't been allowed, Adam would still have his like little dagger on him that everyone's got,
Yeah,
and have
most
out.
people,
Everybody's
have
got
like
a knife, but
knives and daggers. You do notice, you guys hear a soft metallic clink. Whoever is nearest him, you see that Maester Maester Ferris has removed his chain of office and like wrapped it around his fist. And you see, and as he closes his fist around it, you see that on the outside, in stark contrast to the rest, but for a moment, especially Adam, you just had this conversation with him, you do see that he has 2 of the iron links that signify training in the arts of war. So yeah, he's like,
I want the record to know that like this is the point that like that Adam fell in love.
Honestly, I got a thing for him now too.
Yeah.
So I get it.
So
By the way, I just want to say, under my breath, I would just say Dark Star.
So everyone is tense, right? I mean, it's like, well, there goes the vibe, right? But nobody is quite attacking as the Dark Star's horse, and it's fucking white, of course. He's got this big fancy fucking white horse, and it's all noble, and he just walks it through the crowd. And up
I
through
am
the
moving to face him, so I just want that stated when we.
Oh yeah, and it's easy enough to just turn and Velena does not let you dashingly pull her behind you or whatever. She is also turning to face him.
Oh, that was
yeah.
never the intention.
Yes,
We're
absolutely.
gonna kill this motherfucker.
And he just he stops in that space that's clearly the formal sept, like up real close where you guys are, in that area between the septon and the crowd at a marriage, right? Like he's in a more classic modern church. He'd stop like halfway up the steps, right, to like the where the ceremony proper is, but he just sits on top of his horse, and he says, "Come up. Let us be away from here. We will ride all through the day and night as we have before, and then
Who the fuck are you talking to?
He's at Velena, and he's holding a hand out for her to
Okay.
cluck, and she spits at him, which buys a split second, and Septon Jim, who is in Septon gear, you can tell has closed his holy book of the 7, and is like ready to beat someone with it, like dirty cops with a phone book.
Sir
Like, it's what
Gerald, I
he's
believe
got.
you have your answer.
And something Jim says, "This is a holy day. Be gone from this." And he gets cut off by Gerald. He says, "I care not for holy days. I am of the night. I am
Oh my
not.
god! Oh,
I'm playing him straight." It's almost an exact quote.
Yeah, pretty good.
fuck off, Batman.
It says, "I am not here for the 7. I am here only for 1, and for whoever would stand between us and our love."
But
It's
she has
just like-
told you to leave, I believe, of her actions, so I stand before you.
It was not love, you fool. It was barely fucking. Stay on your horse, that you have meat between your legs as you make your way home. And she's wishing she had a knife or some shit. You could tell.
Oh,
And
I
she's
love this woman.
So instead, she's just eviscerating him that way, right? And he leaps down from his horse.
There's
And
this moment of like that whole like.
and he does it as like an angry kick, right? Like just one leg up and over, and then down he lands.
But
and
with one
he's-
eye, I want to look over and see if Bela has her spear.
Yes.
I know,
And he
silly question,
I mean-
but this is what I'm doing.
Does
Yeah.
the Pope wear a mitre?
And he is not advancing on Valena with naked steel in his hand, but he's like this ball of nervous energy, like 2-step pacing back and forth as he rants, right, as part of kicking himself down. And he's not advancing on Luke. He's clearly not talking to Luke. He's barely talking to Valena, right? Like, he's just
He's
talking.
ranting.
And he's just like,
He's like,
"No,
I'm here to pick up my stuff.
Yeah,
kind
he
of.
says, "No. It was more than that. You choosing not to wed, that was fine. I have chosen not to wed. But this, choosing to marry this fool who reeks of the fish of King's Landing and the poxed cunts of northern whores, this one who takes a break from fucking his sister enough only to fuck his brother until the boy limps, him, you cannot choose him over me. I
Sir.
refuse it.
Oh no.
You have
Someone-
insulted me.
Someone give the drunks. Someone give the drunk steel. Here, in the house of the 7, I will fight him for you. And when you and I are back safe to High Hermitage, and you have had time to clear your head, you will see. You will admit your love. Septon Jim looks at Luke, and it's a look that is able to turn Luke around. It's one of those stern, I'm one of the people that helped raise you looks, right?
Okay.
And he just
Because
looks
Luke's
at
ready
you,
to fucking go. I'm gonna stop for a moment as I see
just-
Jim.
and yeah, and he puts his arm on your shoulder if he needs it. He says, "Killing in the house of the 7 is a grievous sin that would lead to damnation and curses. Killing." And then he nods and lets you go.
Kill
There
him,
are
but
very
you
specific
his ass.
rules here.
Bela,
Uh,
might I borrow your weapon for a moment?
Out of character, there is also a sword available if you would like to ask Balin. You are of the blood of Will. No one would raise a fuss. So you have your choice, sword or spear. It's just out of character. Like, there you go. You've got one of each.
I'm good at both. I'm better at the spear.
Alright, I will toss it to you.
I will grab it.
And then I pull a dagger from a place that was underneath my dress. So that I'm not
Sir
unarmed.
Gerald, I do not see you as a rival, but you are a fool who has insulted me and my bride in our wedding.
And your
That
siblings.
cannot go unanswered. You have your challenge. And I take a fighting stance. I'm gonna get a
Alright.
lot more fucking dice than I have out. Hold on one second.
Let's roll initiative. Note that you will not have penalties to your initiative or combat defense for your flowing silken robes.
Yeah, I also don't have no fucking armor on.
Sir Gerald is wearing a breastplate with the sigil of House Dane of High Hermitage on it. The sigil's never described in a book, so we don't know what it is.
These are the evil Danes.
I have them run with black and purple, because purple is the color of House Dane, and I figure if he just takes black instead of white, I think it looks cool. But yeah, I don't know exactly what their sigil is. Sorry, everybody.
All right.
It's one of those times that it's just.
So
not
I got
a
to
thing.
use my danger sense to reroll 1 on the initiative. I have a total of 16.
Okay.
Can I?
What's up?
Isn't this house stain technically a
They are a
manor house
cadet.
with the other house stain?
Yes, they are a cadet branch and sworn to Edric Dane.
Where's
Edric
Edric?
Dane, yeah, he is standing in. He has moved to the front of the crowd,
All
like
right.
following Gerald there, and he's got a knife out and ready. Like it looks like maybe Ned was about to yell a challenge, if it
There's been
hadn't
any
come
hesitation.
he and Luke. Like if people kept talking too long, Ned might have had a go. But all right, Luke, you are up first. So
All right.
you have the spear of House Nymaryen in your hands, and an apparently obsessive X in your sights.
You know, if he just wanted to come for the ceremony, he could have had a seat, but he had to go
Yeah.
take it too fucking far. I going to take as a minor action. I'm going to basically aim, get extra bonus dice, and I'm going to fucking attack him.
Alrighty.
All right. Let me get.
What are the knights doing?
They are milling around and keeping people hemmed in under threat of violence. About half of them have crossbows. The rest have like lances ready to go. It looks like
Well, like their guys or our guys?
Their guys.
yeah, they're it's his guys. The Knights of High Hermitage, those guys. It's 18 of them exactly.
Just as
stand
like,
around.
kind of like with crossbows, I'm like,
So they're not quite saying any threats, but like clearly they are threats. But they're not. They are not. They are under orders not to interfere in a duel. You can tell. Like the Dark Star clearly thought this could happen, and he is arrogant enough. He has clearly told them not to intervene.
yeah.
So I. Okay, go ahead. Finish that, Ash.
Yeah, just like kind of answering Felicia there, like we are not under any orders. There's only 12 of them. There's a lot more of us. We could fight them right now.
There are 18 of them.
18. Fine.
They are on horseback and in plate mail, and armed with real weapons.
We can still fight them. We can take them.
If we have to, we can.
Possibly, yeah.
Right now, it's up to that.
So, I want to be clear, because I've had people pull this shit on me in the past other games. Me winning initiative does not mean I'm killing him in cold blood, but rather I've reacted before he can get his attack off.
This is very clearly a Dornish matter of honor. No one's gonna call you.
I have been hurt there in the past. I want to be clear. Grabbing the spear as he goes to make his attack, I spin it around. I take a few steps that I've probably copied directly from the Red Viper, and I stab into him for a 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your base damage with the spear?
With this spear, two-handing, it is a 7.
Okay. 1 second.
I love this spear. I kind of want it. I'm just gonna not. I won't forget to give it back later.
Yeah, that won't happen.
Yeah.
Whoa, spear! Oh, I forgot all about it. Oh.
All right, 1 second.
They're not like goldfish. You can't just give her like an identical one and she'll know.
Oh.
Okay. It clatters and scrapes across his breastplate, leaving a gouge that most spears would not. He is able to twist with it though, and he is one of the finest blades in Dorne. And it shows in the quickness of that reaction that keeps it from quite striking true. And now he will respond. Coming at you
Oh my
with
god.
a swing of his razor sharp sword.
It'll be all right, Felicia.
That
I
is,
can't believe we let him go into a fucking like duel with the other guy wearing armor and him not.
This is
Yeah.
only the third time this has happened.
that
If it looks like he's going to lose, we just swarm him.
that is a 24 to hit.
Or you can fight
Okay.
Bela next.
What would he be at if I made him drop a dice?
A 22.
All right, I'm at a 13 for defense, so 22 would actually put him under success rating, I believe.
It would.
All right, then I will do that with my lone destiny point.
Okay. 2 degrees. 14 points of damage.
Oh,
Okay, let's see. What am I got here? I got
I'm pretty sure that I have an unassigned destiny point that I got from a few sessions ago where I took the Iron Throne. I would like to give it now to Robert.
Sure.
I will take a fatigue to bump that down by 4. I'll still take a nasty hit.
That's an
Well-
injury, not a fatigue.
An injury, then yes.
All right. So yeah, you lower it by your endurance rating, and then take that much. And then, because he used Longblade Fighter 2 on you and did not roll his bonus dice, he is able to move his opponent. So you are moved a couple meters in the direction he wants, which
Okay.
normally isn't very cool, but you guys are on some cliffs.
Right.
And he is, as part of his attack, just using his greater mass with that breastplate on to
Mhm.
shoulder check you and send you stumbling backward a few steps. You're not in any danger of any sort of fall or anything yet.
That's
you
where
are-
he's taking me.
You are getting close to some of the low walls that would also be awkward footing, etc., etc. And with that, it is your turn.
Okay.
Or
For the
actually-
walls.
Actually, hold
Sorry,
on.
go ahead.
Because it's just one-on-one, let's roll initiative every round.
Okay.
The odds are still good that you're going to beat him because of the armor thing, but we haven't really done a lot of life or death one-on-one duels. So let's do that this time.
Yeah. Okay, no
To
problem.
be all right. You won. He rolled awfully, and yeah, he rolled almost as bad as he could on an agility roll. So unless you were worse than a 6, you got it.
No, I'm in the mid-teens.
Yeah. Like I said, that you're normally gonna win that roll, but it's a duel. Let's make it weird. So, all right. So you are in fact up next.
Okay, I am going. As a minor action, can I use any of uh, any of these ruins as cover? Would that help me in any way?
Not yet. If you were to
Okay.
not without moving further into it to the point that it would also be affecting footwork and stuff.
Okay.
So you know what I mean? Like this is the clear part, right? So you're not quite into ruins enough for that yet.
Okay, then I'm going to take another aim action as a minor action and attack him.
All right.
All right, I have some 6s here.
Okay.
Let's see. 3, 27 altogether, and I can keep an extra 3 if that matters. Well, assuming you're giving me that floating destiny point.
Yeah, you have it. It is
Okay.
yours now. So okay. One sec. All right. Yeah, the extra would not get you there.
Okay, I will
so
hold
that
on to
is-
that.
And sorry, remind me again. Was your
7.
base damage?
Base damage is 7.
All right. So you are able to use his momentum against him as he rushes you for another shoulder check and is just battering you backwards towards the ruins and stuff. He rushes on a step too far, and you're able to brace the spear against some ruins and just lower it, and then you kind of half spin away in a way that lets the silken Dornish robes keep him from seeing it, and he charges on to the spear tip enough that blood has been drawn. And so, he is up next.
Okay.
Let's aim and oh no.
Are they technically still in the sept?
Hard to tell exactly where the ground ends,
Okay.
but you know that most of this was sept, like this, yeah. So 1 second, that is a lot.
I swear to Christ.
Right?
Kill him today.
Remember, you guys can spend your destiny points to make him lose dice too.
If you
Just
have a way
flavor
to
it fun.
if you have a way to describe it, you can try.
Call
Right now,
names.
you are hit with a 30.
Okay, that's a fucking lot. I'm gonna have to take a wound just to
Which,
absorb
yeah.
all of it.
Tends to be wound territory.
Yeah.
So
I've been hit like this before. It was definitely a
yeah.
wound.
So he smashes the spear aside with the shriek of rent metal because it tears itself sideways through his breastplate. But he does that just to get your guard down, and he hits you with a wicked slash, so that blood has been drawn on both sides now, rather notably, and you are pushed back a couple more meters. Now you are into territory where the ruins would be in your way. It's hard to duck and dodge around in your normal style with this stuff. At the start of your action every turn, you can make an agility test to ignore that.
I would definitely like that.
Okay.
Is he even kind of the same territory?
Yes. But he has muscled you into that turf. So let's roll. Initiative time. And don't forget wounds
Yeah, let's do initiative
and or
first.
injuries now, which is
Okay.
losing kept dice. So initiative first.
Oh, it's an amazing initiative roll. Wish I could keep more of the dice. But I've got a total of. I'm still in the mid-teens. I've got a 17 on initiative.
So okay. So I was like, so is he this time. He rolled closer to average. But all right, yeah, you got him. So you're looking at -1 die on fighting tests unless you make this agility test to work
Okay.
with the territory instead of against it. So let's make that agility roll. Assuming
Okay.
you want to. Like, there's no reason not to. Okay.
I mean, I'm going to do
Okay,
it.
I don't
I'll try
want to
it.
I don't want to tell you what dice you have to roll, but you probably want to roll these ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm keeping one less dice on this roll, but that
Right.
gives me a
So
total
it's
of
-1.
14.
Well, it's -1 die for the wound, and then -1 from your total for the injury.
Yes. Yeah, that
So-
still gives me a 14.
All right. So you are good. You are able to attack just like before.
He's kind of pushed me in the best area for me to fight in with my agility bonuses.
Wow. An NPC did something that lets a PC show off. That's so crazy.
Don't break the fourth wall until I'm good cool.
I've also just never seen anybody use Longblade Fighter 2. So I was like, whatever. It's ruins and cliffs. Let's fucking try.
He's like, there's a fucking cliff over there. We're going.
Yeah, like he's supposed to be really good with a sword. Like he could have this. No one ever buys it because like it's normally not worth it. But sure, like it'll be cinematic. So
Well, any ability where you're reliant on, you're like, hey, GM, is there a cliff nearby?
yeah, is there a cliff within 6 meters, sir?
We're in the
Yeah.
flat plains of
little
Westeros. Is there a
weird,
cliff?
yeah.
Yeah, unless you're like fighting in the Death Star, there's never a cliff.
Yeah.
I mean, how you do that then is like you challenge people to duels and tell them to meet you at a place that has a cliff.
This is kind of what he did.
He knew you'd be here. So all right, yeah, make your fighting roll.
All right, we're doing it.
I think I have worked out a way to help next time. So if it's going to be make a difference to drop a die, let me know.
Okay.
All right. I am going to spend that destiny point not to basically actually tell you what. I'm going to spend a fatigue point to ignore my wounds and
ignore one wound.
penalties for
Right.
for the round. Yeah.
Well, it lets you hold on. One fatigue point lets you ignore one wound.
Okay. I will
Or
ignore
all-
that. I'll still have the
yeah.
flat -1.
Yeah. Well, it's yeah. So it's one wound or all injuries. So later in the fight, depending on how things go, sometimes the injury thing is worth it. Sometimes the wound thing.
I really
Just
hope
wanting-
there's not a lot more of this.
This is the sort of fight that's going to be over quickly, one way or the other, like most sword fights should be. So yeah. All right. What do we got?
I have 26.
Okay. That is. All right. Saving another die will not. Well, sorry. Are you saving a 5 or better?
No, I only have
Okay.
4s left. Useless
So, yeah,
4s.
Yep. So. Greens. Okay. That's gonna be another wound. He is coming on, spitting mad. Overhand slashes, gouging into the stones of the sept around you that you're able to avoid, and you come back at him with a spear strike that is another solid and deep shot. So, 1 second as I make his agility test to see if the terrain. Okay, luckily for you, that was an agility test. Jesus. Nothing lower than a 5 on that. So he's good. Maybe he did know what he was doing fighting in this terrain.
Yeah, maybe so.
And now that you are in it, he is going to just fight. Not giving up all bonus dice. So 1 second as I clatter a few more dice. All right, and then 1 wound. Right now, yeah, he's hitting with a 26.
That's pretty good.
Would it make a difference?
He would, like, currently he has dropped a 4, is his next highest die. Which, well, it doesn't matter your guys' way, so whatever. What is your combat defense, Robert?
It is 13.
So, 1 second. He is going to spend a destiny point and keep that 4.
I don't like that. Someone had a thing they were going to do. It's a great time to do it.
Well, you're either looking at 28 damage or 35 damage.
Oh, well, okay. So it's not going to make much of a difference.
Yeah,
He's going to get another meaty stab in.
His dice were chunky this turn. Just chunky. All right. So I believe you guys are both at 1 injury and 2 wounds right now.
We are.
Right? Yeah. So looks like a pretty even fight in a lot of ways. And initiative for next round.
What's Valena doing?
Daring and digging her nails into her palm and wishing she was the one fighting Gerald Dane.
Right.
Like that. That's the vibe you get from her. She's yeah.
All right, my initiative has fallen to a 10.
I will move to support her.
All right, he
Not
is
like
up
it's an
first
armored thing, but,
this round. As you start to kind of slide through the crowd, you can see a knight raise a crossbow and point it at you to like watch your movement.
Right.
And see what you're doing. He doesn't shoot you for moving, but he's just like, you guys are all clearly still being stared at and watched, and wary eyes for Dornish tricks from these other
Dude,
Dornish.
Well, darn it.
he stares at me over that crossbow, and I glare right back at him, murder in my eyes.
He actually beat you on initiative this round. His last 3 rolls have been fucking smoking hot. I'm gonna change up the dice, and we'll see what happens.
My assumption is we're not keeping dice on the initiative from the wounds, right? Or does that not
you
apply?
lose him as normal.
Okay.
Normal. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
And
did.
the injury and yeah, yep, yeah. Actually, he rolled well. Agility test to take the fight into the terrain. He is fine. He made it. Penalties. So he is kind of matching you. He's also been trained in a very similar style.
I can see that.
And he's lunging onto some terrain, battering you into terrain, dodging a strike by like falling back onto terrain and then lunging off. Not quite like WWE wrestler style, but similar. Just integrating the terrain into a fight. So he's reputed to be one of the most dangerous men in Dorne, and he's
not fucking
acted
bad
like
at this.
He's acted like it. So let's go. He is up to attack. He is up to attack, not he is up with 2 attacks.
Yeah,
to be clear. I didn't want Robert to just oh, I can't hear you. Oh, my connection is so bad. I gotta go.
It's the earthquake.
All right, that is a 25.
All right. Well, I have no armor, so these are all hitting very hard.
Yeah. Somebody said they might have a trick to make him lose a die.
It wasn't really a trick. It was just like it may be enough of a thing.
Now's the time to suggest it.
Like, what's your thoughts here?
It's more of a jeering, jeering at. He's very prideful.
It's so weird. Somebody in Westeros is ruled by pride. Like, what are you gonna jeer? Like, what is the insult so cutting that it might make a man?
I don't have an insult that cutting. I just have insults.
It's just mockery.
I just have mockery and insults and I just don't understand what he thinks this is gonna get him.
Listen, if Rhaegar Targaryen can kidnap Lyanna Stark, whatever.
He was the prince of the kingdom.
Yeah, like I feel like there weren't a bunch of people in the room at the time when he did that.
Yeah, but there's a handful of Kingsguard instead, which is pretty, it all balances out.
Yeah, I don't think he squared up to any of. I don't think he went in and went, "I'm going to do this thing. Come and try and stop me." And
nobody knows. This could have been how it went.
yeah, but I'm saying what I think, Rusty. So
No, all I've really got is something about like, if you think you're riding out with her unmolested, you are incorrect.
Sounds like a little bit too much logic and reason for this situation. I will let you spend 2 destiny points to get 1 destiny point worth of interference.
I
you should have just
don't
resorted to personal insults.
I just don't even know, because Raina's not really into that insult thing.
Okay. So 2 to 1.
Great time to start trying.
2 to
If
1.
you got-
2 to 1.
If you got 2,
I've got 'em.
okay. All right, so you're gonna make him drop 1.
I've had them left over from my. Yeah, I've got them.
All right, so 1 second.
I'll just leave those 2 spent.
Okay, then that makes it 14 points of damage. Or no, sorry, 21 points of damage. I forgot the base damage of a thing.
Jesus.
Okay. I still can't do anything but take a wound because I have no armor and I only have 4 endurance.
Well, I mean, remember, you can use a combination of health points and injury. Like,
Right, but if I have
you can-
12 health points, the first hit took 10 of them.
Okay, I'm just letting you know what just a reminder, because you hadn't mentioned taking any health damage.
Yeah, that
So I
was the
just
first
wanted
hit.
Okay,
So
all right, that's another wound. Then this one low, scraping across your ribs and opening a line of fire on your side that leaves your Dornish robe soaking in blood. But you are up next.
this is lovely. Um, yeah, she'd be real impressed if you fought a guy without armor on. I will yeah, obviously take the wound. I'm getting pretty hurt, which is kind of not that unusual for loot.
Yeah, to be fair.
We're going to do a full, just fucking go all out on him.
Okay.
I'm going to recklessly attack because defenses not matter much. So I gotta take a wound every time. And let's see, what do I have in? Let's see,
You can take 1 point of fatigue per wound you want to ignore, so you can ignore more than one.
yeah. And I've
As a
got
reminder.
3 fatigue left, so I can ignore potentially all these wounds for 1 attack. This is basically me scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Let's see, 1 second. Okay, that's what I'll do. I'll do a reckless attack.
Okay.
Okay, there's a lot of ones here. I'm gonna use my bloody lucky count to re-roll these fucking dice.
I don't know. Are you sure you're bloody enough? You only have most of your wounds.
I've been bloodier, but I'm
Oh.
pretty close.
All right, still total this one up, just in
Okay.
case the next roll's garbage, because when you are injured or wounded, remember you get to keep the better of the two. So just in case the other
Oh my
roll
God.
is
There are literally
somehow
4 ones in this roll.
yeah.
10, 14, 16. It's actually 17, even though it's a garbage roll if I, with
Okay.
the everything.
So potential 17, and now use your bloody lucky reroll.
All right, there's 6s. That's better.
There are 6s.
I guess if you like pips.
18, 22, 26, 31.
All right.
This is me like spinning about as I bleed everywhere and just fucking going for the wound where I cut into the armor already.
Yes. That is a solid punch through the breastplate. You have given him a second navel with this Valyrian steel spear.
This doesn't just have the piercing quality on it, does it?
It does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, were you keeping track of that? Because I wasn't.
Yes.
Okay.
NPCs have tasted it before. So yeah, I had it.
I'm new to it.
All right. So yeah, it's a wound. It's another solid hit on him.
There's no way this wins well for you. Best case scenario, our archers take you out. You look like a fucking fool who challenged an unarmored man in a sept. You can leave now. We're both bloody. We're both tired. Have some amount of honor left.
If that is your attempt to surrender, I accept it.
I will never surrender.
And he stands there for just a split second, and sticks his sword in the bloody dirt, and then puts his hands over his gut. It says, "I will."
I'm gonna leave the spear. I hope you don't find it too rude if I don't invite you to the after party.
And he has pure venom in his eyes as he's staring at you. And then they flick just a little, and he's looking past you, right at Valena. And he's like, "This is not over. I'll win her love yet. Marriages can be canceled." And he stumbles a few steps back towards his waiting horse, while swearing, "It's not over. It's not over." And then Edric Dane says, "Yes, it is."
Oh,
And it takes
boy.
a second to see him, because then you have to follow the little bit of bass in his voice, and you look, and he's on his knee in front of the lady Nymela Toland. He says, "My lady, please let me make this right. I am his cousin, but also his liege. Justice will not wait until we return to Starfall, and I haven't the chains to drag him or the wish to do so. Let me mete out the prince's justice, here and now. You have my word, he will not die on the grounds of your sept, but he will die as afraid and ashamed as he deserves." And his voice doesn't crack once during that. Like, he is, maybe this fight has gotten him over puberty. Like, he's over that hill. This is not
Yeah, him
Squire
and me
Ned.
too, both.
This is the Lord of Starfall, right? In this moment. And you can tell when the Lady Nymela pauses, it's because she kind of wants to arrange for this guy's death herself, right? Like prince's punishment or not, justice or not, like she maybe just wants this guy killed on her own. But eventually she nods. And you can see that her hands were curled into fists too. Her nails drew blood in her palms at the impotence of not having a spear in her hands to kill this fool. And you guys can also tell that Gerald Dane did not hear this exchange. He is still raving about how this will never end. He will take what is his. No one will stand in his way. And he's trying to, like, out of the way, fools, and like push people aside with bloody hands, like they're just gonna let him go to his horse.
That's just embarrassing now.
So Ned stands up and said, "Sir Oris, your rock, if please." And just for a moment, he goes back to being Ned, but Oris is like, and he goes over and he kind of resentfully gives this like marble arm to Ned. And Ned is determined not to drop it. And he doesn't. He holds it up. He doesn't drag it on the ground. He props it up on his shoulder. And he starts walking to the east towards the cliff edge.
Is he seriously just going to beat him to death with that?
"Sir Gerald, as Lord of Starfall, and in the name of Prince Dorne of House Nymaros Martell, whose own children you threatened here today, I deem you guilty of outlawry. You have already had your trial by combat, sir, and I will not sully the wall by sending you there. You're responsible for enough nights freezing in the north." And he's struggling with this arm, but he's working it, right? So, and he goes, "And let my mouth be the last to ever call you sir." And he turns at like the cliff edge, and he's looking up at the Knights of High Hermitage. He says, "Let it be known that the false knight, Gerald Dane, is stripped of lands and titles, as he has stripped himself of his honor." And he spins like a circle and a half, and then throws. And this marble arm goes tumbling end over end off the cliffs into the Sea of Dorne. And then the Lord of Starfall crosses his arms imperiously across his chest, says, Sir Oris, match that throw if you please." And it takes Oris a second, but then Oris gets into it. So the first couple steps, he's got Gerald Dane by the back of the breastplate and then the bottom of the back of the breastplate. And at first, the Dark Star yelps indignantly. And it's like, he cannot wrap his head around some hedge knight handling him so. And he then cannot wrap his head around as Oris turns so that Gerald's in front and Oris picks up steam. He cannot understand the boy, Ned, could possibly mean this. And you're sure that in his head, he's expecting to be thrown at the feet of that squire, and he'll say he's sorry, and it'll be fine. and it doesn't really hit him until Oris kicks a couple rocks off that edge, skidding to a stop a foot or two away, and heaves. And Gerald Dane wails indignantly and in terror as he is cast out into the Sea of Dorne.
How rocky is it down there?
A little more after Ned tossed that arm, but yeah, it's pretty rocky. And
Brutal.
for a moment, Edric Dane, the Lord of Starfall, just stands there, backlit by the clear Dornish sky and the blue waters of the Sea of Dorne behind him, and he looks twice his age for a moment, right? Just every inch of him is going to be the sword of the morning, right?
As he's having this cool moment, I'm going to start walking back to the sept, trying to hold as much of my blood in as possible.
And
I'm going to stop by Tiora, and I'm going to say, kind of lean in and say, "There's your star."
Septim Jim manhandles you.
It hurts.
He does not start running you towards the cliff edge. But
Okay. He's like, betrayal.
yeet. No, he gets an
Jim.
arm under you.
I haven't said my words yet.
He's
You
hauling
do not
you
mind.
back. He's hauling you back towards the arch.
He's not gonna let me get out of it.
And everyone's just kind of standing there like, this all really fucking just happened. And the night that Reyna has been staring down is the first one. He just turns and he shoots his crossbow over into the water towards his former liege, and then drops the crossbow and climbs down out of the saddle, and looks down like sheepishly, like he's the first, and the rest of them follow suit, being stared down by lords and knights and sand snakes. They follow the rule of the Lord of Starfall, and that Gerald Dane guy is no longer their boss. Who knows what will happen to High Hermitage in the long run, but the Dark Star is no more, and his knights are just kind of meekly climbing down out of their saddles, and like milling around. And
Alright, okay. I thought you were like saying they were hurling themselves into the sea. And I was
No. He shot his crossbow into the ocean to disarm himself. And then they're just kind of standing there, and in moments you see some riders coming from the castle, which is a couple hundred yards that way. So looks like those knights will be seen to. And then again, without a formal announcement, Septon Jim just uses his old battlefield voice and says, "Let there be no doubt, then, that the last of the seven has joined us. Truly a uniquely blessed wedding. Come on, lad, on your feet." And he stays there helping hold you up.
Yes.
Like Adam is quite happy to like take over from holding Luke up.
Septon Jim seems fine.
Luke is gonna do everything he can to stand on his own. He's very exhausted and very hurt, but he, this is kind of, he's used to this shit.
And so Septon Jim raises his voice and says, "Cursed would be he. Cursed has been he who would seek to tear these two asunder. In the sight of the seven, I hereby seal their two souls, binding them as one for eternity. Look upon one another and say the words." And then in unison, you two, Father Smith Warrior, Mother Maiden Crone Stranger. "I am hers and she is mine from this day until the end of my days." As she says, "I am his and he, blah, blah, blah." And then, to keep you from having to take a step, and to have an excuse to help hold you up, Velena lunges into your arms and scoops you, while tonguing your mouth real deep in Dornish church kiss style. As Septon Jim says, with this kiss, they pledge their love. And everyone starts to hoot and holler and cheer, and a maester hurries your way. Maester Ferris with his chain back around his neck, and
I
medical help will be given.
I I had words, but I think they have flowed out of me with a good chunk of blood. But I still have.
Save him for the feast, boy. Septon
No,
Jim
no,
says.
no. It must be done now. There's an old tradition. I have 7 promises to House Tolan and to Valeda I'd like to give, and hopefully I can get through them before I pass out.
Ferris like bodily leans you against the archway
Okay.
to help hold you up, and he actually then like crouches down next to you and is checking the injury on your side while you're talking. He's like, just another day in the office, and rolling up his sleeves. And
I'll go with my last couple.
Velena does not let go of you, so like she keeps a hold of your hand as you are leaned and propped up, and like she is staying at your side.
I will kind of look into her eyes and then kind of talk to her, Edmund, but as loudly as I can make, and I'm pretty hurt. All right, seven promises. I will give my life for you and your house. I want to say that because I rehearsed these words earlier, and now they seem kind of obvious. I will act honorably towards you and your house. I will defend your people like they're my own, because they are. I will do all I can to advance the glory and honor of the house. I will do everything to bring you the happiness you deserve. I will always treat you and hold you as an equal and partner. And finally, but firstly, I pledge to you my sword and soul.
Aww.
And I'm gonna, with the last bit of energy I have, I'm gonna toss the spear back to Valen.
All right, make an attack roll.
Yeah. Well, I don't have any dice left, so I got a 1.
So, as people are, and like, it's a Dornish wedding. This sort of thing sometimes just happens, but like it's still a little scandalous.
Almost wore armor.
You see people. Yeah, I had him statted up with a greatsword. If you did, so I was ready to switch weapons.
Yeah, it's fine.
But and people start to drift, and just for a moment, Adam, you feel someone's hand against yours, and like you look down and you see your new, like, and only now you actually have a younger sibling. Tiora Tolan's shock of red hair vanishes into the crowd, all like cool movie style, right? And you look down and there's a slip of paper in your hand, much like someone would put on a raven, right? Yeah. And it's just a little note, and it says, "The sun dies, the sun dies, the sun dies. A dark star gleams, a dragon devours it, and a bright star shines." And it looks like the notes that she was keeping on her dream throughout the week. And she has shared them with her fellow prophetic dreamer without a word.
Yeah, so Adam's gonna like tuck that away. He's hanging on to that because that's like significant.
It'll be worth something someday, like eBay and stuff.
No, it's no. Adam just keeps stuff, like Adam's a mental keeping person, so yeah. it's a bit of that. He's never met anyone who like also has these dreams, and like he cares about the significance of them as well, and it's also like she has effectively confided in him in a way that she didn't with everyone else as far as he knows. So yeah, it's like that's a thing to like put in his boxes of memories.
Yep.
Like since Luke is very much being taken care of, and Adam has been waved off from joining that group of people fussing over him, he is instead going to fuss over Ned. Not like actual fuss. It's not going to be like too bad, but he's going to go and check that Ned's all right.
You come across Ned, standing with the Dark Star's sword, which, for the record, is a really nice sword. Like, it's at least Castle Forged. And Ned is almost doing a Ned Stark pose, that iconic season 1 thing where it's like tipped down in the dirt. Ned walked over to where the sword is and is like half leaning on it, right? In that way that like a lot of the promo posters and stuff showed for Game of Thrones.
Yes.
And Beric Dondarrion is talking to him in a low voice, and he says, and he reaches out, and he squeezes Ned's shoulder, nods matter of factly, and then turns to go. It gives you a smile as you arrive, seeing the end of that. And Ned is just, standing there.
Yeah. Adam's gonna just sort of very lightly place his hand on Ned's back, just below the back of his neck, just kind of in a hopefully reassuring way. Are you all right?
If I give this to Luke, do you think he'll accept an apology?
I don't think Luke would require an apology from you.
Just like John, this is all my fault.
Shh. I'm just gonna say shush. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't make him come here. I mean, unless you did, but as far as I know, you didn't.
Wait a minute. Conspiracy wall. Flash.
I was worried I was away from Starfall too much. And he was always why. But I thought him just pouring poison in John's ear was as bad as he'd get, but...
Well, Ned, I think whether you were at Starfall or not, would have changed that. His actions are his own. I'm serious, and I want you to listen to me. You have done nothing wrong. Neither your actions nor your absence could have affected that. That was... I know that's what obsession looks like, and obsession doesn't care what anyone else thinks or what anyone else does.
But it's still my responsibility. He's my bannerman. If your aunt went crazy and fought Valena for Luke, wouldn't your grandfather feel bad? Or something like that?
I don't
You
think
know what
he
I
would.
mean.
I mean, he would feel duty bound to deal with it, but you did that. You discharged your duty. But I do understand feeling overly responsible. So, how it's all right to feel like that. I just want you to know that that feeling isn't, while it is valid, it's not real. If you know what I mean.
And he nods in a kind of thank you, tired nod. And he looks around a little bit nervously and a little bit sheepishly, again, a little more like what you're used to over the last, year or so of being here, years. He says, I don't remember what I said. Was it good?
It was great.
I know what I wanted to say, and I saw what happened, but I hope I said it good.
Adam's going to turn that light hand on the back into he's going to kind of wrap around his sort of opposite shoulder and turn it into a kind of a light sideways hug.
Yeah.
You conducted yourself admirably, and I think we all got a glimpse of the dignified lord that you're turning into. Take a few deep breaths.
He's one of the men that taught me how to fight. First John and then him. If Lord Beric turns evil, we are running off to Essos to be mercenaries together. I'll do the fighting, you do the numbers and look to archers, and I don't know what I'd do.
Yeah, I can't imagine how difficult that must be to have this happen twice. But I want to make sure that you know that that doesn't reflect poorly on you. That's not your fault at all, and you're not responsible for their actions, and they're also, they don't determine the choices you make. So you're not going to become them.
I hope
I wouldn't let you for a start.
you couldn't stop me. And then with that,
You're lucky it's my brother's wedding, so I don't feel like arguing.
it will fall to banter as they walk off to the feast. Let's say,
Yeah, that's
so,
totally fine.
So yeah, it was a snort and a that sort of thing. What's Bela up to during all that? Like the post duel bit? Anything in particular? Or is she just like, all right, appetizers, let's go, and like heading off to the feast? Like,
Well, it's practically she's gonna clean off the blade.
okay,
I mean,
get all the edgelord off of it. It's important.
yeah. She doesn't like rush off to go eat, but it's gonna.
What else is there to do? It's
Yeah.
nailed. It's done.
She's just all right. I mean, I don't think Bela was gonna be like all shocked and aghast at the no violence. I just was wondering if there was any
No,
particular.
just like that was a badass way to finish that. Like, she's probably a little bit envious about the flair of this wedding compared to her own.
She's like, I never thought to make someone obsessed with me.
Yeah.
Should have worked harder on that.
Dang.
Man, what if
It takes a lot of work, really.
What if I sent? I wonder what would have happened if I sent Marin Trant a wedding invitation. I might have done it. Told him it could be a +1, like a bodyguard for the road. Yeah, that could have been. Yeah. So she's just thinking, drama thoughts. Yeah.
I'm not imagining Merrick like writing in his diary every night about how much he hates Bela.
So as Bela is starting to drift towards the feast, the lady, I always want to say Velena Toland because so often it's Velena that comes before the Toland, right? Like, but the lady Nymela, her mother, and the lady of Ghost Hill, she kind of falls into step next to you and Sir Balin, and there's a bit of a wry smile. It says, "Well, whatever names you had in mind," and she looks very pointedly down at your stomach, like this sentence makes perfect sense. "Please don't go with Gerald."
You
It's
didn't
off the
worry
list.
about that.
"Well, we'll see him soon." And she reaches down and pats your stomach, and then heads off to dinner.
That's
Uh,
I'm a little concerned with her specific use of a gendered pronoun there. Like she knows what's up.
it's,
okay.
Marrying into a house of witches,
this family.
Cool.
right?
Raina, what are you up to in the aftermath?
I had gone back to my husband.
Okay.
Uh,
Willis, in the aftermath, as people are relaxing, he readjusts his grip on his cane and puts his weight on it again instead of like being ready to swing it at somebody.
whack people with it.
If a makeshift weapon's all you got, it's all you got. It's still a fighting role.
Yeah.
So he, as you kind of make your way right next to him again, he kind of lifts his eyebrows. He's like, "I only thought the food was meant to be spicy at these things. I suppose it is for the best grandmother didn't let us invite many of you."
Well, I actually can't defend that comment. You're absolutely correct. Although,
Let's not ever tell her she was right out loud. We all we already
Never.
never hear the end of it.
You get too many Dornish people in one area, they hit critical mass, they start fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, never.
That's what it
I
is.
mean, there's got to be a way to harness all this energy.
So yeah, he seems to be in relatively good spirits while still having been caught off
Gotta
guard
roll with it.
by the. He's like, all right, no one else seems really upset by this. So when in Dorne, just I don't know, just relax and
Just relax. I'm just really glad there was just one casualty. Although I thought I could kill my brother on wedding day. Which is just.
Is it that uncommon for weddings to get interrupted outside of Dorne?
Happens
It
sometimes.
does Dothraki weddings.
in most of the rest of Westeros, it's a bit of a formality when the Maester says that line about seeking to tear folk asunder. Yes, I've never before been to one that had this form of entertainment. He says this while he still hasn't started walking with you towards the feast. He's waiting for Grandpa Makar to get to his feet.
Yeah.
He has started often walking alongside Grandpa Makar to excuse Grandpa Makar's pace. Like he's giving the old man an out if Grandpa Makar looks winded. Willis goes, "Oh, my ankle is really aching today," and will call for a break, type of thing. Like so, he's kind of hovering and waiting, and before
He's
long,
being a more dutiful grandson than Adam. I'm like, oh, I could have done that this whole time.
but yeah, so Grandfather Makar just looks irritated by it all. Like they interrupted things. Like it's fine. He has no doubt that Luke will be all right. But he just looks. He has that exasperated look that he gets when something unexpected happens that he's able to deal with, but that was still just frustrating.
All of the passion. There we go. That was Dorner's passion. In a very distasteful showcase.
And as you guys start towards the feast, Grandfather does lean Raina's way a bit. He says, "I'm going to be dancing with your cousins, but you'll get the first one."
Understood.
And tell Bayla she can have second if you. She's up there somewhere. Figure Bayla's got a longer legged stride, a little bit less patience, But yeah, at the feast, he's gonna dance with his granddaughters before he dances with a princess. Like he has decided that they will be in that order before he dances with.
Oh.
So.
I like it. Very much.
Let's see. I do have a couple potential things for mid feast. First
Why?
off, Robert, your injury and one wound are gone.
What?
Sweet.
You have been well cared for. You don't have to be gurgling on your deathbed at your
Healing
wedding
factor
feast.
confirmed.
You are well cared for by the Maester, and you are fed some soup by your wife for the first time, and it's just yummy
Somewhere
chicken
between
noodle.
that, Luke's going to
Yeah.
apologize. He's gonna be like, I had a whole speech, but I'm pretty pissed off. He fucked up your wedding, actually.
Save the speech for later, or well, tomorrow. Tonight your mouth will be busy. At the feast, he says as she trails away with a mischievous grin. So yeah, you're cared for enough that you needn't be absolutely miserable at your own feast, and the feast seems fairly normal. Like it's just everybody's over that thing. that happened back there. It was all legal. His liege lord said so. He didn't die in the sept. For the record, I was going to hand out the accursed quality. Oris already has it. So that loophole of not quite killing someone on sept grounds was a moot point because Oris already has cursed. Ned doesn't know that, but Ned's always thought of Oris this way since the whole 100 Slayer thing, when Oris's cavalry unit rushed in and like saved him and stuff. So that's why he asked Oris to do it. It just happened to also be that Oris already has cursed. So I was like, shit, I loopholed myself. Oh well,
You played yourself.
it worked out. But yeah, like if you didn't take his
Luke was gonna
surrender-
hold back a little bit, but he hit real hard, and look at him, he fucking armor on.
But like if you didn't take his surrender, you were gonna get a destiny point, but also the accursed quality. Like just so you know, like I was ready. It wasn't gonna be complete punishment for it. I was gonna be like, all right, give yourself what I'm calling a Dornish destiny point. But also, yeah, you're totally cursed by the 7 now, dude. Sorry. Like so it was, a little bit of one, a little bit of the other. But yeah, I got a kick out of that myself when I was like, shit, I played myself.
We're gonna have a little talk about our garrison on the outer walls.
Yeah, and we'll keep in mind that when you ride up the hill, the castle's that way, the wedding was this way.
Yeah.
So it was just like, yeah, like they, and for all they knew, maybe it was just some latecomers, like, anyways. So yeah, the feast itself is as expected. Heavy Dornish fare. There are no concessions made for any guests from out of district. Right? They're like, nope, sorry. Like you're getting Dornish cuisine, and not all of it is spicy, right? But they're just like, yeah, we're not
We have cabbage.
going out of our way here. So
Did the High Hermitage Knights leave, or are they sticking around?
I would have politely disinvite them if they want to hang out.
yeah, they're not coming to the feast. They are being seen to by the Lady Nymaryen Toland, and once the medicining is done, Maester Ferris and Edric Dane are like they're gonna have a talk about the legalities of stuff, and they're gonna find out what these knights got ordered. Like, hey, what did he tell you was gonna happen here? Like, like how much did you guys know before you showed up? But yeah, they're being seen to. No, they're not just getting like forgotten. Like,
Although it'd be really funny if they're just hanging out awkward.
yeah, they're just like,
When's this end?
Yeah,
like
when
that
they
lady.
really lost, they wander into the wastes.
Yeah, that lady with the big mom energy just told us to wait here and think about what we did wrong. That was 4 days ago. This
Yeah.
armor is really hot, you guys.
But guys, like I thought about it. I think maybe we weren't supposed to come here invited to try to kill people.
Yeah.
No, that can't be it.
That can't be.
So, but yeah, the feast itself, the body of the feast, is standard Dornish feast. A bit heavier on the wine than on other beverages, than most. But yeah, one quick conversation to kick off some of the PC stuff before we go segue to you a lot showing initiative for that. Is right just before an NPC thing first. Alyssane Mormont with a wine flagon in each hand throws herself onto a seat next to Reyna after Willis got up to go get something or whatever. She like heaves herself down, splashes a little bit on herself, doesn't care, takes a drink, and she says, look, I was thinking about what you said, and I'm all for it. I think the boy is ready. And I was talking to that fancy lad with the half cape on, Barrack. And he wants in on it too. So I'm off to talk to Swan, and we'll see if it'll be fine. It'll be great. Probably tonight before the betting. That way there'll be men and take part in the betting. Hey, do you think we'll have to be gentle? It looked like your brother got a scrape or two.
Scrapeboard too. um, let's be gentle and save the dangerous stuff for the bedchamber.
That's a great response.
Well, we were going to invite her to that, not tonight.
It's all
Maybe
right.
later.
And she kind of she pouts drunkenly for a few seconds, and then sees Orain Waters and lights up and just gets up out of her chair and walks off.
She knows a sure thing when she
What
sees
the
it.
Maybe
hell,
she
man?
she wanted to see a naked Valyrian. Like you just get the feeling that she had that in mind.
It's all part of the fun.
So Ash, what is Adam up to?
Yeah, I know we've only got half an hour, so I'm like, I'm just gonna work through my agenda. Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna talk to Alicent first.
Alicent Mormont?
Alicent Mormont, yeah. I think that's the only
She's-
Alicent who's here.
Yeah, I just double checked because there's like 6 of them in our NPC list.
But yeah, no, there's
She
too
is
many Adams, too many Alicents.
she is currently bearing her way through the crowd towards your Uncle Orain.
Oh,
I'm
Okay,
going to get something.
oh yeah, shit. Like, that's maybe not the best time to talk to her then.
Don't get
Okay,
too
let's
hard,
move down the
something you
line.
want.
I wanna, yeah, like, well, is Rena currently free?
Yes,
Yeah,
because
that's where
Allison
Allison-
just, like
yeah.
bailed on me.
That's where
Yeah,
she
okay,
just took off from.
That's fine.
So yeah,
So,
Raina's
yeah.
right there.
She is lounged back on a lounge because I don't figure they have many chairs. Mostly they
Yeah,
have
no,
lounges.
it's
Well, I guess like Adam will like kind of perch down at like in the kind of
At the foot.
the sort of like if she's got like her kind of knees drawn up a bit, there's like a little kind of there's a little shelf that he can kind of sit on.
Yeah.
Well, I see the excitement has worn off.
Oh, right, quite. The rest
I'm surprised you could relax. That was tense.
Well, the rest of this is all let down. Uh,
True.
we had our spike of excitement, and now it's time to eat and drink.
Then might I ask your advice about something that is a little awkward?
Oh, she sits up and like puts her down on the ground and like leans towards him.
I'm just picturing Raina like, were you fucking the Dark Star? Like,
I mean, I know I haven't got a type, but like that's a bit too far.
Yeah, right.
No, you seem pretty
As
all
soon as it
grand.
says I am of the night, I'm like, no, like that's
Yeah. I just sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. Like even Lynn wouldn't be that much of an edgelord.
I was just picturing that salacious look on Raina's face.
Yeah.
Like,
Him too?
well, you know that Mr. Ferris is coming to Harrenhal. I mean, I haven't told him about that yet because I'm feeling a little awkward because I think he likes me, and I don't really know what to do about that. I'm a
I
little
also think.
scared. Like,
Well, who says you have to do anything about it right now? Anyway.
I mean, I suppose I don't, but I get.
Mm.
I mean,
You still feel awkward.
he keeps giving me very meaningful looks, and I feel like I should probably address it because if I'm, I don't want to be even inadvertently leading someone on.
Correct. I
But
understand.
well, I'm not. Until very recently, I was still quite fixed on trying to recover what I lost, and I'm a little scared to get hurt again.
Well, For one, that's totally understandable. You, you were hurt, and it wasn't that long ago. Honestly.
And I'm not even sure I'm totally done, like, hoping
Oh no, you're
for
done.
that back. And
Look, here's what I have to say about this. All right, you
just
you don't have to do anything at all. There is no expectation.
was that the entire sentence? Sorry, sorry, out of character. I think you might have frozen up very briefly for me there, so I don't know if you said anything
Oh, you
after the
froze
word
up for
anything.
me, so I'm not sure which one of us did it. But anyway.
Okay, you said that you don't have to do anything.
Right, you don't have to do anything. There is no expectation, and I'm sure he would agree.
No, I know. Just um, it's just a bit confusing because, well, until Thrillin took an interest in me, no one had ever shown an interest in me, so I don't really know how to deal with that, and I'm concerned that, well, what if no one else ever has an interest in me? So I don't want to be alone, but what if I, what if I fuck it up if I try, and then we have to be in Harrenhal together, and it'd be awkward, you know. I mean,
Well,
I
then,
like him. Like, I enjoy his company, and he is handsome. I just
did you see him wrap his chain around his wrist like he was gonna wail in on those knights?
I noticed, and it was oddly impressive that he was that willing to, not just willing, but just ready to defend us.
Right.
That
But
was, yeah.
I can't. I know it's like a part of her personality to worry, and honestly, you come by it naturally, but but you can't live in fear. I mean, you can, but why would you want to?
No, I definitely don't want to. Um,
Well, then just see where it goes.
One does not simply see how it goes, Rena. I don't know.
I, I understand that.
Am I trying to plan too much?
Yes,
All right.
some things are out of your control, and sometimes that's quite pleasant.
I do not understand this.
You will. But I
Oh,
mean, I can't. I can't speak to. I can only speak to what my experience is, and mine was relative. I mean, mine was all casual. I had no intention involving my heart in anything.
but is is just enjoying someone's company and liking them enough? That is it? Is that sufficient for a relationship? Because
I mean, it is a
I
relationship.
don't. I probably shouldn't keep um bringing him up by comparison, but I mean, like, with what I felt for Oris and Sir Leonard, I mean, particularly Leonard, like, he made me feel like I'd been struck by fucking lightning.
Oh,
So, like, is that? And I don't know if that. I mean, is that what you're supposed to feel, or
well, that's what you were supposed to feel in that moment with that person. It may not be the same thing that you feel for someone else in a different moment.
but are they, like, is one as real as the other? Is one of those
Absolutely.
is one of those a good sign and one a bad sign? Or they,
No,
what does it
they're
mean?
not good or bad. They just are.
How do you know if you are supposed to?
You don't. Ash locked up. Am I locked
Yeah.
up?
No, it's just Ash on my end.
Hmm.
But that look is very perfect in that moment. Of, you don't.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like Ash is having a little bit of some connection issues. This
Oh,
oh
okay,
Ah,
right, yeah, sorry. I finished talking and you completely froze. I'm sorry if
yeah,
you've said
sorry,
something
that's
because
what
I
we were saying.
did not.
yeah, the
Yeah.
last thing I said was, you don't.
Okay.
Yeah, like you don't
You
doesn't
don't
always
know.
have to like that. But yeah, it just looks like you're just having some connection issues. The rest of us are looking all right, so it's
Okay. No, sorry.
maybe just the fact you're halfway around the world being bothersome
Oh
again.
no.
Yeah. So you're saying I should just
I'm
see what
saying you
happens.
should just.
You don't think I should even just like talk to Ferris about it? Do you, should I do
Sure.
that?
I mean, I don't know what your friendship's like.
So hey, are you guys like looking at each other during this conversation, or is anybody like casting sidelong glances anywhere, like at Maester
I,
Ferris
I,
who you're talking about?
I'm not casting.
I think, like, I mean, Adam is definitely casting quite kind of nervous glances around the room in general, is because he's got quite a lot of danger sense.
Always right.
And he's
Uh,
also talking about a thing that's uncomfortable, so he's not going to be meeting anyone's eyes, so his eyes are roaming, certainly.
Yeah, Elia Sand has Ferris cornered on one of those recliny couches.
Oh, God.
She's
She
like
is,
half
she is
half
barking up the
climbing
wrong
up
tree.
him. She is half climbing up him. He has scooted back as far as he can and is stuck against an armrest, which she then like reached up to put her arms on, so she's just over him and like you see her reaching down and like holding a link of chain in her teeth and then like pulling his chain up a little and then talking to him and he is just like, please someone kill me. Like he has no idea how to respond to this.
Okay,
Lord
So
knows what she is saying about the chain.
Silverheads are like leaned together, and we're both
Yeah.
seeing this. Oh, who should rescue him?
I mean,
It'll be me. Come on, let's just stroll that way.
all right.
We'll stroll that way.
Adam's also like,
And as
kill
I
me.
see it,
Yeah. Some
I'll be
some
like, "Oh my!"
as
Yeah.
a
Adam's taking a moment to like go from anxious to like putting on his game face and pretending to be very witty and casual.
so you could probably point her at someone else as long as you don't let her know how much this bothers you.
Hmm.
Like it's that circle trap. But you know, it's like she is drunk and she is flirting
Yeah.
off her adrenaline spike and she is feeling her
Yeah.
15 and yeah, so she
Yeah.
could probably be
Elia,
Yeah,
peel
doesn't even
yourself off the maester.
it's just, she she twists in her seat and is suddenly sitting, but like oops, that's his lap. So she sits up and tries to look innocent, mimicking her sister Tyeen's like serenity and her, and she can't. She just can't do it. So she turns and she goes, "Just they know so much about bodies, cousin. From the inside out, I hear."
I just want to be clear, like, it doesn't bother Adam. Like, he's not, like, feeling jealous or anything like that, but it does very much remind him of how panicked he was when Luke, like, got a barmaid to sit in his lap, so yeah, he understands how terrifying that.
Except
Feeling
also,
ecstasy.
your barmaid wasn't a sand snake. So
That is also true.
he's also like, any of them could kill me. Yeah,
I
but
just wonder if, like, Adam can, like, you know, like, I'm not sure Adam could pick Elliot up. I mean, he probably could, but she would fight him, so, like, it's maybe
and
not a good idea.
and his face is very much a I don't know how to respond to this. face. Like it's a like like
Yeah.
he's
So,
not in fear for his life or whatever. He's just like, eh, like what do you do? How do
yeah. So like, I was just we could like, but could you please stop terrorizing our maester? You're
uh,
you're making the poor lad uncomfortable.
I know, but Oris has his hands full.
With who?
Well,
Uh,
go push someone else. I thought you liked Ned.
he's busy too. So you look over.
Oh, what a shame! No men for you to climb on.
Oris has Obara Sand sitting next to him and leaning in close and talking, and maybe it's just about his throwing form. Who can tell with them?
I don't want to make assumptions about you, cousin, but have you considered that there are also young ladies present?
Yes, but most of them are my sisters. And she gives a disgusted sigh and glances over. And sure enough, Edric Dane is also busy. And he is currently dancing with Tyene Sand. And it's impossible to miss in this whirling dance that Robert Frey is dancing with Ariane Martel.
Oh, good for him.
Both of the young lads do not have on the faces of people that initiated this contact.
Oh,
So it looks like you are. They were both snatched up by older women, and some of the most seductive in Dorne, who are keeping them
I told you it'd be a good wedding.
on the back foot, and so yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping that like Adam and Marjorie teaching Robert to dance a bit might at least help him survive.
He is certainly going through the motions well enough, but they did not teach him how to dance with the Princess Ariane Martel.
This is true.
So it's still a little different. But yeah.
Well, I'm sure there are stable lads or something you can be busying yourself with.
No fucking stable boy.
And I mean, they also like horses. You like horses. You'll have lots in common.
I suppose I could.
But
I mean, also, even if you don't find one, you need not let that ruin your evening. Not everything has to be about sex, Elia.
Not everything is.
But
I rode
today
my
it
horse.
does 100% maybe.
I rode my horse earlier today. We all got the scent of blood at that festive ceremony. And now it's time for some meat. Oh, I shall eat some leopard. Sir Aaron, you have been away from Dorne. She's gone. She is on her way to seduce Aaron Santigar, who has been away from Dorne too long.
That is like, yeah. Like, I was just about, like, Adam was so close to being like set to Jim, or just like suggest somebody.
anybody just throw something
Yeah.
else in your way.
Well, it looks like she's just been looking around the room for whomever.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then I
Are-
just
are you-
pat Ferris.
Wait, are you alright?
Did she leave any marks? I don't think it was a gold one. And he, comedically kind of makes looking at his chain. He goes,
You appear at least physically unscathed, though mentally we cannot say.
Or emotion.
my lady, I mean no offense, but Dornish women are quite forceful in what they are after. I have seen that some things in the years I've spent here are exaggerations, but this is my first wedding. And he looks around a little nervously, like another sand snake is just gonna like jump up behind the couch, or come down out of the rafters, Mission Impossible style. Like he's just like, are they all this festive?
The
Generally.
Dornish are, we tend to be forthright in asking for what we want.
Yes. I'm afraid they tend to be, yes.
Well, perhaps I can buy myself some space if I pretend your grandfather needs doting. I believe he is almost done. He is working his way through a dance with Nymaryen Sand. Your grandfather.
Well, if well, he appears to be occupied at the moment, but I actually had wanted to speak with you a little if since we're waiting on my grandfather being finished with his dance.
Oh, but I see my husband over there, so
Well
All
played.
right. Uh, does anyone else have a particular NPC thing they want to do before we go back to Adam and Mr. Ferris? Just making sure I know. Bouncing around a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just making small talk with people and taking it easy on this, the day of my wedding. So I'm good.
Yeah, it's
on
nice
this
to just get to relax sometimes, you know?
day, Dad, at my wedding.
So all right. So back to Mr. Ferris's uh, prison couch.
Like Adam is going to sit down, but not nearly that close. Like he's not going to like be weird about it. He'll sit adjacent, but not uncomfortably so.
Sure.
You you were really ready to lay into a night with your fists earlier, weren't you?
Well, they were all I had handy. Uh,
Still, it was that was. I think that was very brave.
if they were going to wade in and start butchering us, well, I wasn't going to be butchered.
No, of course. It was just. I was. I confess, I was a little impressed at how bold you were.
Well, all the same, I think I'm glad I didn't need to try and impress you more.
I'm glad too. It's
To see
quite
that the storm was fierce, but swiftly over, at least.
Quite, definitely.
Luke should be fine. A blade that sharp is, conversely, and at times, a blessing to those cut by it. Clean injuries. He will recover.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. He's been through worse. Multiple times.
It looks
If
that way.
If I had a silver stag for every time he got caught in a dangerous situation without armor, I would have 3 or 4 silver stags, which is not a lot, but it's impressive that it's happened that many times.
Perhaps I should be less impressed with your master at arms. Or more. I'm not certain.
There's a lot of uncertainty going around, isn't there?
Not among your cousins. And he
Oh,
gives a
no.
nod towards sand snakes, various places around the room, snaking it up.
I'm sorry that Elia molested you there. She does that sometimes, and it's yeah. she's at that age, and I can't say I don't remember what that was like.
I think she was just trying to impress her sisters.
She wants to be as grown up as them, I think.
Well, I suppose I should count myself lucky to be young enough that a sand snake would find me attractive. Could you imagine her killing Elston outright?
Whether he accepted or not. Oh, I shouldn't joke. Elston has been faithful and good to us.
Yes, but for a very long time.
Yes, true.
And it is my professional opinion he would have died.
I'm gonna ride him to death.
But anyway, like, I don't think I didn't miss your attempt to put yourself down there. You, like, many people would find you attractive. But, well, anyway. Gosh, it's hot in here!
You're supposed to say no homo right now. You're gonna get the wrong idea.
Just for that, double homo.
Oh. God, at least you're taking a direction you're going for it.
Anyway, I had I've been meaning to tell you about I think since since we were at Wyvern's Rest, but I did speak to my grandfather about what we talked about,
Oh,
and you are soon to become the permanent maester of Harrenhal.
huh. I mean no insult to Bittergrove, of course, and you've done splendid things in the time you spent stewarding there, but the lands of House Dannet are not what a great many young maesters pine over while forging the links of our chain. But Harrenhal, there's potential
Oh,
there, and history, and
oh
yes,
yes.
yes, yes, much to
I
do.
mean, I've only had one short visit there before, but it is as impressive as it is written about. It is literally 3 times the size of Winterfell, which is the next biggest castle in the realm.
He
So,
gives a nod and starts to, yeah, he
so
starts to
suffice,
geek out with you naming towers and stuff. Like
yeah.
he's got
So,
it.
so suffice to say, it gets very drafty. So, pack warm. So I hope that that is pleasing to you.
It is. It is. I thank you, Adam.
You're very welcome. And well, this is not the place to discuss it, but I have become increasingly aware of something between us, and this is not the place to talk about it in depth, but I am not averse to those attentions.
For a moment, he looks as like mortified as he was when Elia was all up on him, because like a sentence could go either way, right? And then he looks very relieved, and beams at you
I,
with a great
Aw.
big smile.
very honestly, I'm surprised that I managed to say that, but after some soul searching and advice seeking from someone I trust, I have decided to embrace uncertainty for the moment.
Well, uncertainty looks forward to it. I'm off to get a drink.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah, like Adam's like fine to leave it at that.
And off he goes. Speaking of some drinking, though, along with that dancing, the two smitten young teens are whirled around the dance floor by ladies that are in every way their senior, in social rank, in uh, sexual activity, in years on this planet,
You know,
in yeah.
there was a reason I enjoyed staying at Sunspear as a kid.
But
Right?
so like one and then the other, Edric Dane and Robert Frey are flopped down onto one of those couches, like red faced and out of breath. And it takes them a moment to even realize that they're like back to back with each other, as the two women like timed it just right. Uh, and then the girls or women, I mean mid-20s, go just whirling back into the dance floor, having a splendid time, knowing that watching them dance with like the 14 and 15-year-olds instead of other knights and stuff just made the other knights want them more, right? And like ha ha ha, I chose this child over you. When it's your turn, you better impress me, right? So they're having a great old time, and they just off they go. But then, standing over the boys, just as those two turn and start to talk to each other, like, holy shit, did you see where her hands were on me? And where she put my hands on her, like, right? Like, they're both about to turn and just start in. You see Alysain Mormont loom over them with her arms across her broad chest, looking stern. And then you see Lord Beric Dondarrion step out of the crowd. And you lot are sober enough to tell that he's working to keep a straight face, but he's got his arms
Oh, I
crossed
can't believe
and is
you.
glaring down at Ned. And keep in mind, both of the boys were dancing with the scandalous choice, because the Frey boy had the princess, and the Lord of Starfall was dancing with the bastard girl, which it's Dorne, so it's a lot less scandalous, but it's the closest they had to a scandalous choice, right? So they're both like fighting very hard to look serious and disappointed. And then, emerging from the crowd behind the boys to add to it, is Sir Balin Swan, with his impressive arms across his impressive chest. Bela, do you want in on the joke?
Yeah, I wouldn't miss that.
All right. And then, oh no, there is the sand spear standing there, and everyone looking stern. And Alysain Mormont, and she points, and just up, out. And you guys,
I'm gonna add some murmuring and like, can you believe it?
and you guys get the boys outside into the yard. Robert Frey does not try to defend himself, right? He's just like, it's fine, I'm in trouble, they're gonna make me clean some armor in the dark or something awful, right? Ned is like, a princess asked him to dance. Was he supposed to say no? So like, Edric is defending Robert on Robert's behalf. Instead of trying to get himself out of trouble, he's like you don't tell a princess no, right? And then they're like, oh, shush. And then there's like a moment of like, but, and at this point, the good-natured almost prank has made the rounds. So several guests are making their way out, and Damon Sand comes out looking grim, and Sir Oris the Aurochs with his hands on his
two
hips.
more for the cliff.
And it's all close enough though that people can kind of see, like right outside. It's nobody has to miss out if they want to just angle. They can see out the door. And Ned starts to talk again and try to defend Robert, and Balin Swan draws his sword. And they're like, what the fuck? And then Beric breaks. And he goes, all right, shh, that's enough, Ned. On your knees, boy. Come on, let me call you that one last time. And he draws his sword. And then, on a cue, the two of them say the words together. And Sir Balin Swan and Lord Beric Dondarrion knight the pair of them.
Yay!
So, you get a rise a knight, Sir Robert Frey, who gets like halfway to his feet on his own and is in the middle of standing up on his own like a people when Alysain Mormont hauls him into a hug. And she's like, come on, lad, one more for the road.
I thought she'd gone off to fuck Uncle Lorraine.
She circled back around for this.
Horns quick.
And then instead of helping Ned up, when he gets to his feet, Lord Beric offers him a handshake, like Lord to Lord, serious, ooh, a big moment type of thing. So yeah, and there's some huzzahing, and Balin apologizes to Robert. It's like, look, it was Barrick's idea, lad, but when Alisane said she needed a knight, I thought it might as well be the only one better than you with a bow. And, gives him a clap on the shoulder and, good-natured stuff. So you could tell, Bela could tell that Balin was struggling to keep the straight face and be all dour and serious and stuff. So the trap was baited, set, and sprung. So they got those two drunk and then disoriented and then distracted and then terrified and then knighted. So, the classic ceremony.
Definitely going to be in a rush to hug and congratulate both of them.
And as the words are being said out in the courtyard, Luke, Sir Aaron Santagar just drops uninvited into the seat next to you, jostles you a bit, doesn't seem to care. He's like, oh, whatever, he's fine. And he just drops down next to you with a wine in each hand and offers you one. One you leaked earlier. It's absolutely vital that you replace those missing fluids.
Yeah, I plan to be missing some later as well, so I will take this.
Oh my god.
He says, well, if you're not up to it, make sure that your lady bride knows where to find me. I didn't teach you everything I know.
I'm sure I'll be sending her your way at any moment.
And then, there's just
I thank you for everything.
Aww.
Says, nothing to thank me for, boy. You earned it. Good job today. Not many men could have taken the Dark Star.
It seems to be the theme of my last few scrapes.
I've already spoken to the lady. They'll find you a sheath that fits that blade. I believe the Dark Star called it Dusk, according to some of his knights, but it's yours now. Call it what you will.
We'll find an appropriate name for it.
And then he just gives a nod and sits there in companionable silence. And I think we're going to wrap on the companionable silence. We will pick up in a couple episodes. If we need to get in any last-minute role plays as part of the people departing montage, we can.
Yeah, that would be good.
But we are already a couple minutes over, and I feel like the triumphant wedding man, it's like birthday boy, but no alliteration. The triumphant wedding man,
as we discussed earlier.
Yes, of course. Hanging out with the knight that knighted him, and just having that big brother experience for a bit will be a good fade out for this roller coaster ride of an episode.
Perfect wedding.
Yeah.
Perfect Dornish wedding.
Robert said he wanted some strife and shenanigans, and it occurred to me.
I did not expect jilted lover, but it was perfect.
I just thought, I was like it's not going to be fucking bandits randomly attacking. Let's figure something out. And I was like, you know what? I don't really need the Dark Star later on. Let's do it. So,
Dark Star.
Yeah, I don't have any plans for him. And yeah, for the record, I honestly was playing him straight, you guys. For those of you that only know the show. Yeah, for those of you that only know the show, he is that bad. He is a contentious character in the fandom. And that quote of, I am the Dark Star and I am of the night. He said that to a little girl. Sweet little Myrcella Lannister is like,
she really needed that dressing down.
He goes, you're of House Dane, sir. Are you like the Sword of the Morning? Right? Just this fucking cute little girl.
The night.
And he goes, no, I am the Dark Star and I am of the night. And it's like, so yeah, I promise, guys, I was not turning him up to 11. That's just where his dial is stuck. He is that guy. So, but yeah, I thought it made for a nice counterpoint to the warmth and camaraderie of the rest of the episode, and yeah,
Just
a little
surprised.
bit of
I'm just
little bit
surprised he got killed. I thought he was like, I was certain he was going to be like accosted and probably sent to the wall or something. I didn't think they were going to just kill him.
if
Just,
if it hadn't been for the knights threatening the wedding party, probably would have been. But as Edric Dane pointed out, like, you told your knights to point crossbows at these people.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
And-
like if he really wanted a challenge, he'd have set a proper challenge. We'd have both had seconds, but in armor. No, he attacked the wedding party and had crossbows pointed at half the nobility of Dorne.
Yeah, when you turn up with your 17 biggest mates, yeah, not cool.
Yeah, so it was a good
That's
time.
how you
though.
get yeeted off a cliff.
Oh no, I'm in no way complaining. This was a great
Oh
session.
yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm just,
I had fun.
I am just annoyed at myself that I forgot that Dorne was less homophobic, so I could totally have, like, been less coy, but never mind.
Also, who knows what chemicals the people from the arbor are putting in the wine they gave us?
I mean, it's clearly making people act quite strange.
So we will be back in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
We will be doing some house management and at least starting a fat fucking time skip in a couple weeks. We've got some house management. We've got
Apparently a baby.
We've got one last wedding,
We're gonna get more than that in here if we can.
but it's one that the Lady Shellowent kind of doesn't want much of a wedding. So it's going to be a small,
Oh, what if her old boyfriend shows up too?
just haunting you. Yes.
Yeah, Lord Walter, like, just arrives as a ghost.
So we've got a lot going on next episode, and I don't know what year we're going to end it in. So make sure you're here in a couple weeks and find out. But just as a reminder for viewers, after next episode, it's time to start off the campaign idea that I had for this game 70 episodes ago. I'm like, yeah, we're done with the prelude.
We're almost through Prelude 2.
Yes. So yeah, we're gonna see how that kind of transition goes into the idea that I initially had. All the rest of this has been setting the stage and winging it. So we'll see how
that's
things
good
look.
though, because like we were at a point where like we really care about these people now, you know.
Yeah, it's gonna make it just hurt worse, the betrayals. When grandfather sacrifices you guys to extend his life like he did to your parents.
Yeah. Another mysterious fire.
So we'll see everybody in a couple weeks for, a wedding, for some downtime and some kingdom management, and to find out who wakes up next to who after this wedding feast.
Yay!
See you in a couple weeks.
Bye.